It's time for us to begin. Let's all sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Let's take a moment to now visualize Swamiji in our inner space. And let's take a deep breath and chant Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next, let's chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 11 times internally. I'll be chanting it aloud so all of you can follow along. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Yes, now you can all open your eyes and let's begin with the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Please place your Panchapatram and Udharani in front of you. Place your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra. And now pour an Udharani of water into your palms and drink it at the end of the following mantra. Om Atmadattvam Shodayami Swada. Drink the water. And now pour another Udharani of water. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Drink the water. And now pour another Udharani of water. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Drink the water. And now wash your right hand with an Udharani of water. Now with the base of the right hand thumb, wipe the upper and lower lip. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. Next, with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip, below the lower lip. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. Next, with the index finger and thumb touch the right nostril, the left nostril, and with the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, left ear, left ear. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. Next, with the little finger and thumb touch the navel, the right chest, and the left chest, and with all the fingertips touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and the heart center. Once again, pour an Udharani of water and wash your right hand. Now, we'll be entering into the Sankalpa, where we set the conscious resolution for today of what we want to manifest. Now, let's close our eyes, place our right hand on our left hand, place both of our hands on the right thigh, and take a moment now to set a declaration of what we want to manifest. Take every aspect of your life. Whether you want to become more flexible in yoga, you want to manifest completion with someone today, see that reality already happening. It's not that it is you want it to happen. You're going to see that it is already happening. Consciously visualize what you want to manifest. Now, with this powerful intention that we are now going to set, let's chant the Sankalpa mantra and make this declaration to the cosmos. ओम अमोपात समस्त दुर्दक्षय द्वारा भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्राह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वत मन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवाधीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ मेषमासे कृष्णपक्षे नवम्यां शुभदितौ मंगलवासरयुक्तायां श्रवण नक्षत्र शुभयोग गरजकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवर्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रया नगीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा वयापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कल्प केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् ऋषभ ध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनुइक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर जन्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now please take an udharani of water and wash your right hand. Om apaupasprisya. Now we can all place our Panchapatram udharani aside. And let's all stand up onto our yoga mats. Now going to be entering into the skeleton dance. Let's take a moment to now visualize ourselves as a complete skeleton. See your hands, your legs, all the parts of your body are now just skeleton, just bones. Now let's slowly start to move every part of our body, our fingertips, our toes, our ankles, our wrists, our shoulders, our hips, our neck, every part of your body, move it in every direction. Start by first moving every part and slowly intensify the speed of how you're moving your body.
Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam. Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam.
Move our body in every direction intensely.
Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam Nithyanandam 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 Anandam Nithyanandam Anandam.
Last few moments, move your body intensely. Now, slowly come to a standstill. Relax. Stand without moving your body completely. Relax and bring awareness to your breath. Inhale as deeply as you can and exhale all the way, completely emptying your lungs. Feel like you're breathing all the way, pulling the air from your knees all the way up, and exhale deeply. So the air from your exhalation goes all the way to your knees again. Inhale and exhale nice and deeply. Feel your heartbeat slowly settling down. Feel the energy all over your body vibrating with energy. Yes, now we can all slowly open our eyes and don't sit down, as we are going to be moving into the next asana of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. So that's going to be from a standing position. So the next asana of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is Pripitasana. So to enter into Pripitasana, let's all slowly lower our hips down all the way and hold on to your toes. So bend forward, hold on to your toes, and now bend your knees. So you can bend your knees. The main point of this asana is bringing the hips and knees to the same level. So bring your hips all the way down as equal, as parallel to the knees as possible. This is Pripitasana. Lower yourself down. Let's stay here for a moment. Let's stay here in Pripitasana. So in this asana, we are going to perform the visualization of Swamiji in our inner space. And let's perform the Jeevatman Kumbhaka. Inhale through your nostrils. See the prana moving from your, going all the way to your toes and then moving up till your Sahasrara, all the way to your abdomen, your heart, your neck, all the way to your third eye, and then to the Sahasrara, and then exhale. This is Pripitasana. And we'll be chanting the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Come on, let's stay here for a few moments.
स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय तिष्ठेत् प्रपीठासनं भवति
Now let's move to the next asana, which is Bakasana. So now let's all come to a squatting position. You can all squat down. And now we are going to bring our knees to the back of our hands. Bring the knees to the back of the hands and place your palms firmly on the ground. Place your palms firmly on the ground and bring the knees to the back of the hands. And now we are going to slowly lean forward and try to raise your legs off the ground. So the most important part of this asana is bringing your knees behind the hands. So only when you bring your knees behind the hands, you will be able to balance here. So I'm also going to give an easier variation for some of the participants who are finding this a bit difficult. So instead of bringing your knees all the way behind the hands, bring your knees to the side of your elbows. So just above your elbows, but your knees will be outside. Now you can lean forward onto the hands and balance. So the same thing, but it is a bit easier because the entire weight of your legs will be coming onto the hands from the side more than directly pressing the back of your hands. So it will be a little bit easier. So let's try whichever variation is comfortable for us. Yes, Nithyanandam, ma yoga atma shakti. You can try the first variation, ma. Yes, Chanliya, good. That's good. Harshaya, bring your knee higher up, Aya. Nithyanam, Harshaya, try to bring your knees. You can perform the first variation itself. Try to bring your knees to the back of your hands itself and try. Yes. Yes, that's good. Slowly lean forward. Yes. So your legs are slightly slipping out, but that's okay. A good start. Yes, Saira Maya, that's good. So in this asana, we are going to be visualizing a crow in our inner space. And we are going to perform the Jiva Chalakumbhaka. So the Jiva Chalakumbhaka is where you inhale through the nostrils, visualize the prana moving from your toe to the head, and then exhale. Let's also perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles. So when you perform the Mula Bandha in this asana, it will be a bit more easier because you're tightening your abdomen, you're tightening your perineal muscles. It will be easier for you to perform and balance here. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य जङ्घा ऊरूनि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् बकासनं भवति.
Now
the next asana that we are all going to be performing is going to be Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now, let's all of us make sure that we are sitting on our knees. As you can see, sit on your knees. From your knees, bend down, kneel down onto your knees. Place your head on the ground. Place your head on the ground. Hands, make sure that your hands are being placed shoulder width apart. Okay, you have your hands shoulder width apart. And then place your hands on the ground. Now, by doing this, you know where to position your head. Now, spread your palms for support. Now that you have located where the position of your hands should be, sorry, your head should be, now place your hands beside your head and slowly you're going to kick your feet up towards the sky and then get into Padmasana. So we are going to do this with our partners. We'll do this together. So all of you can pair up, please pair up. All of you please pair up so you can support each other. Please partner up. So support the other partner when they're trying to lift. And then try to hold there for a few seconds. Yes, hold on for a few seconds. Selathla pannunga, partner pani pannunga. Salem, Malaysia, partner up. Yes, you can take help of your partners and try. And then switch partners. You can then switch partners. Opposite partners can try. Now in this, you can make sure that one, your hands are being placed in front of your head. Okay, so if you see in this position, your head is here and then your hands are placed further down. Okay, you're not placing your hands by your head, so you're placing it further more down, so you have balance. So when you lift your body, it will be a three-way balance, it will be there. So your body is not straight, rather you have a support in front of your body. So once you do that, then you're going to try and lift your body up. So make sure that your hands are placed by the side in front of your head, and then you're going to slowly try and lift your feet off the ground. The person who is supporting you can be there to make sure that you do not fall off and you're balancing, so you can hold. The important thing that you are looking at here, which is actually going to give you the balance, is this bend. If you place your hands here beside your head, you will not get balance. You will only get balance when it is in front of you. You can relax and then switch partners. Let's all try it together. Okay, everyone on your knees. Partners, if you're switching, on your knees. Hands shoulder width apart, head on the ground. Make sure that your palms are in front of your head. And slowly lift your feet off the ground, kick your feet off the ground, and then enter into Padmasana. Once you stretch your feet out, you can then get your feet into the Padmasana position and hold. Now you're going to internally visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Asana ko guna kapala acho hoi.
Relax. Let's now go to the next asana. All of you relax, please come back and be seated. We are now going to enter into the next asana, which is going to be Guptasana. In Guptasana, as you are seated in Vajrasana on your knees, just make sure that your toes are flat on the ground and move your heels outside your hip. Move your heels outside your hip so your feet is on the ground. So your feet is on the ground. Sit straight. Now place your hands on top of your knees. Place your hands on top of your knees. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva, seated in your inner space. Bring your gaze to the nose. Gaze at your nose. Sit straight. Inhale and exhale. Have the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानोर्घोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
Let's now enter into the next asana. The next asana is going to be Vrikshasana 2. In Vrikshasana 2, it is going to be handstand. Okay. In Vrikshasana 2, what we are going to do is placing our hands on the ground, fingers wide apart. We are going to kick our body, our feet up towards the sky and hold. Okay, so this is going to be Vrikshasana. All of you can see it first. We are going to do it with the support of our partners. You can take the help of your partners as well. So you're going to kick, hold as much as you can and then drop back down again. And then you will repeat it a few times. Okay, so first things, all of you can come onto your feet, place your hands on the ground in Gajasana position. Come on, every one of you, hands on the ground, feet on the ground. Take your hips up towards the sky. Now you need to make sure that your hands are nicely spread out. Please make sure that your hands are spread out nice and wide. So your hands are going to be spread out fully. Okay, have it shoulder width apart and then your fingers spread out. So when you do that, your hands will get rooted onto the ground just like roots of a tree, which will give you a lot more balance. And then you're going to kick your feet up one at a time. Kick your feet up one at a time. Try to hold, try to find a balance while your partner can support you. Hold there for a few seconds and then you can drop. And then you're going to try and repeat one more time. Yes, come on, this is for everyone. Don't think that this is not something for you. Malaysia, every one of you do it. Idu ellarkume Salem. Ma idu rendu perku moonu perku mattum kedaiyadhu, ellarume pannalam. Neenga vena or rendu per support edutukonga. You can take the support of any number of people you want, but please make sure that you are doing it. One or two people can support. Yes, switch partners, keep trying. When you feel it is hard, then you can switch partners. You can alternatively also take the support of the wall. Yes, KAILASA Malaysia, you can take the support of the wall, male team. Kick one leg at a time. Kick one leg at a time, it is easier. Yes, ma Yogatma Shakti. You can take the help of a wall, ma. That will help you. Yeah. Okay. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space, with your hands rooting deeply into the ground, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान् जननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Relax, all of you relax, rotate your hands, shake out your hands, relax your shoulders, come up on your feet, all of you stand up, so you can get a full range of motion. Wave your hands, rotate your hands. Shake out your hands. Rotate your necks. Rotate your hands. Yes, relax. And then you will be able to get a much better hang of it. See, the thing here with this asana is that you need to make sure that you are doing it slowly and stably. It is much easier for us when we try to do it faster, but we will lose a lot of energy in that process. So what you need to do is stabilize yourself, do it slowly, but do it in a balanced way. When you do that, you will actually not lose energy and you will be able to do the asanas more. Okay, the next asana we are going to do is going to be a variation of the same asana. It's going to be Shibu asana. In Shibu asana, what we are going to do is, all of you can listen first, all of you can see what needs to be done, then we can do next. So you're going to place your hands together on the ground. Okay, then you're going to kick your feet up towards the sky. And hold in this position. The difference between the previous and this is that your hands are placed closer together. And then relax. So once again, the focus that we want here is make sure that you are doing it nice and slow. If you are finding it difficult to kick up, or you're having time, like you're finding it difficult, first make sure that your hands are nicely rooted onto the ground. Okay, then you need to move your shoulder a little forward and then kick one leg up at a time. Okay, so don't keep kicking up, jumping down, kicking up, jumping down, that will lose energy. So if you kick up and then you have dropped down, give it a few seconds gap, shake out your shoulders, shake out your hands, and then you're going to repeat it again. Okay, so this time we're going to try this with a little bit of technique, and let's see how many of us are able to get better with it. Are we all ready? If yes, can you all give me a thumbs up? Thumbs up on the screen, please. Okay, great. Okay, all of you on the ground, you can either take the support, whoever is going to be on the ground, the other person can be standing beside, as you can see on the screen. Yes. So now from this position, you're going to kick one foot up towards the sky and try and hold. LA main team, Malaysia male team, please partner up. Malaysia female team, you can also partner. Let's start. Salem, yes. Place your hands nice and strong on the ground and then kick your feet up. One at a time. Yes, good. Great. Salem, good job. Okay, Malaysia, you guys, the female team camera is off in some other direction, so you're all out of camera for me to see and give any feedback. Male team, you're doing a good job. That's great. Malaysia female team, can you adjust the camera so we can see? Yes. Harshaya, come on, do it. Yes, Ma Yogatma Shakti, you're doing a wonderful job. That's great. Oh yeah, thank you very much, Ma. Okay, switch partners and do it. See, if you're finding it hard on your shoulders or your wrist or anything, take a few seconds off, shake your hands out, shake your wrist out, rotate your neck, and then kick yourself back up. You will lose a lot of energy if you keep trying it again and again and again without giving a few seconds gap. If you just give it a few seconds, you'll be able to get yourself energized to go up again. Yes, all of you are performing the Shibu Asana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Upaka jodi mahi gulpha milaye.
Okay, relax. All of you relax. Now we're going to be entering into the next asana. The next asana here is going to be Matsya Asana. Now all of you lie down on your stomach. Yes, relax, lie down on your stomach. Please lie down on your stomach. Lie down on your stomach. Yes, just relax. Now, from this position, as you're placing your hands beside your chest, you're going to lift your body up into a push-up kind of position, and you're going to jump your feet towards your hands. Jump your feet towards your hands, and then kick out again, jump outside again. Now go down and up in a push-up position. Okay, so let's do this together. All of you on your stomach, everyone on your stomach. Okay, everyone on your stomach. Lie down on your stomach, hands beside your shoulders. Ready? At the count of 3, we're going to lift our body up above the ground. If you're not able to lift your entire weight, you can lift it on your knees also. So lift your body up. Lift your body up, and now go down again, and then up again. Okay, we're going to do the push-ups for 10 times. So you can either do it with the support of your knees, or you can, if you feel that you are comfortable, then you can do it on your legs also. So those of you who are finding it a little hard, you can place your knees on the ground. If not, you can lift your feet off and then go down and up. So whichever you feel comfortable with, you can do that. So all of you relax. Let's do this together. Ready? Count of 10. We're going to do 10 times. Ready? 3, 2, 1, start. 1, up and down. Next, 2, up, down. 3, up, down. 4, up, down. Come on, 5, push, up, down. Come on, 6, up, down. Come on, 7, up, down. 8, go up, down. 2 more. Ready? 9, go up, down. Last one, let's do it together. Come on, everybody together. On your feet, on your hands. Ready? 3, 2, 1, push yourself up and down. Good job. Yes. Now as you are laying down on your stomach, visualize yourself as a fish in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
निर्जं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्या हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यां वारं वारम् उड्डानं कुर्यात् मत्स्यासनं भवति.
Relax. Yes, all of you did a wonderful job. The next is going to be Sarpasana 2. Now, as you're laying down on your stomach, place your hands by the sides of your hips. Place your hands by the side of your hips. Now, you're going to visualize yourself as a snake in your inner space. And just like how a snake would slither to the left and right, by placing your hands on your hips, you're going to move your upper body to the left and right, visualizing yourself as a snake in your inner space. Visualize snake in your inner space. Move your body left and right. The internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
निर्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीघीकृत्य सम्मीलयन् पुरसगन्तव्यं सर्पासनं भवति.
Now place your hands under your chin. Place your hands under your chin, your elbows on the ground. Make sure that your toes are pointing outward. Toes pointing outward, feet together, toes outward. Okay? You need to make sure that your feet are together and toes are pointing outward. And lie down, your hands holding your chin on top of your hands, your elbows on the ground. Hold the position. All of you hold the position. This is Nirlambasana. In Nirlambasana, you're going to visualize yourself being supported by Swamiji completely. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायी निरालम्बनमासनं निरालम्बनयोगी स्यान् निरालम्बनमासनं निरालम्बनताध्यानं निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Chatrasana. In Chatrasana, all of you can see how it is being done. So as you are laying down on your stomach, you're going to place your hands by the side of your chest. And you're going to extend your body, extend your hands, pulling your body up as high as possible. Then once you bend your back as much as possible, then you're going to bend your knees and try and get your feet as close as possible to your head. You're going to bend and try and get your feet as close as possible to your head. This is Chatrasana. Let's all do it together. Relax, all of you relax. On your stomach, place your hands by your chest. Please place your hands by your chest. Now, the goal for us here is to lift all the way from our hips. So, when you are lifting your body up, right, when you are extending your hands, you are lifting all the way from your hips. So, you see there is gap all the way here. That is when you will be able to bend your feet, getting it closer to your head. So you don't want to just bend from your back alone. Okay, this is not this. Rather, you're going to pull more up and get your hips also out. Only when you do that, you'll be able to get your feet to the head. Okay, let's do this together. All of you now pull your body up with your hands and bend your knees. Bend your knees. Look up towards the sky, not at the screen. Look up to the sky. Sky, sky, look to the sky. Salem, look to the sky. And hold. Visualize yourself as an umbrella in your inner space, protecting Swamiji from the sun rays. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य नयात् छत्रासनं भवति.
Relax, all of you relax. Now we are going to be doing the Vajrasana, which is going to completely relax your spine. We're going to be bending in the opposite direction. So all of you get on top of your knees. Sit on your knees. You're going to bend down, stretch your hands out in front of your body. Stretch your hands out. Stretch your hands out. Come on, every one of you, please do the asana. Stretch your body out. Stretch your body out, hands out. Nicely stretch it. Now we are going to do a slight variation in this. Now what you're going to do is look closely on the screen. Just look up on the screen for a couple of seconds. Now you're going to bend your head. You're going to bring your head all the way in. So instead of straightening your back, you're going to arch your back, getting your head in as much as possible. So you give your back a much more stretch. So instead of straight, you're going to bend, arch your back. So that you can do by getting your head all the way in, as close as possible to your knees. Arch your back. Please arch your back. It will directly help with stretching your back from the previous asana that we did. Now visualize yourself as a weapon of Indra in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Okay, relax. Now slowly come up. Just sit in Vajrasana for a few seconds. Relax, just sit in Vajrasana for a few seconds. Close your eyes. Inhale and exhale. Sit in a relaxed, comfortable position. Inhale and exhale. Bring your breath to the normal. You don't have to sit straight. Just see what is the comfortable position for you. If you want to bend your back, you can bend. If you want to arch your back, you can arch. If you want to sit straight, you can. Try and get a comfortable position for a few seconds. Inhale and exhale. Just bring your awareness to your breath. Inhale and exhale.
Yes. So now we'll be moving into the next asana of the sequence, which is Meshasana. So now in Meshasana, we are going to place our hands onto the ground. Bring your hands onto the ground and bring your feet onto the ground behind you and raise your hips up. So let's all get into this position first. So let's get onto our hands and knees, legs. And now we are going to visualize ourselves as a ram, and now you're going to stomp your hands like how a ram would prepare itself before it charged. So with power, raise your hands and place them on the mat. Try to keep your heels on the ground. Yes, that's good. Kailasa, Malaysia, Aya next to Saira Maya. Aya, you have to come on to your heels. You're on your knees, I think. And yes, Kailasa, Malaysia, Ma Yoga Jnana Rupini. Don't bring your legs so close, Ma. Your legs are too close to yourself. Bring your legs a little back. Yes. See, your knees have to be straight. You don't want to be bending your knees. Let's perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale through the nostrils. And we'll be chanting the japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आसन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Yes. Let's relax. And now we are going to be moving into the next asana, which is Ajasana. So now in Ajasana, we are going to be performing an inverted asana. So we can take the support of a wall or a partner to perform this asana. So let's first bring our hands onto the ground. So this is very similar to the previous asana of Vrikshasana, Shibu asana that we just performed a few moments before. So bring your hands onto the ground. And now you're going to kick your legs as high as you can. Get into the handstand. This is the first step. So let's on this step. There are some of us who can perform the handstand even with support easily. So for those of you who can perform it easily, slowly try to bend your elbows and bring the forehead onto the ground. And then you can lower down again. So this is Ajasana. Now let's all first focus on the first phase of the asana. Let's first get into a handstand. So let's all get into a handstand. Please partner up. Use the support of a wall. And now bring your legs up into the handstand. Yes, that's good, Kailasa, Malaysia. Chenli Aya, that's good, Aya. Now try to slowly lower your forehead to the ground. Yes, that's good. Use all of that strength. Yes, that's perfect, Aya. That's perfect. So use your core strength. Use your hands. Engage your entire body. Tighten it. Tighten it as you slowly lower yourself down. So you can use the support of the wall or a partner to perform. If you're using a support of the partner, your partner can hold your legs so that they're slowly lowering yourself down. So they can hold your legs. Your partner can hold your legs, maybe your calves or ankles, and then slowly as you lower down, they can control your motion. Yes, Ma Yoga Jnana Rupini, you're doing a headstand, Ma. You have to go into a handstand. Place your palms on the ground and kick yourself up. Yes, come on, Kailasa Elli, all of you are sitting. Sairamaya, come on. Partner up, Punithanaya, go help Sairamaya. And is that Daniel Aya in the back? Oh, I don't know Aya's name, but that's fine, Aya. Can you come forward and partner up with the other Aya next to Sairamaya? So hold your partner's leg and now kick your legs up. Saramaya, you need to kick bring some force, some momentum. Otherwise, you won't be able to bring your legs all the way up. See, Saramaya, bring your legs down. Bring your legs down. If you see now Maharaj, how Maharaj is doing, he is kicking his legs up. So give all that you can. So the person who is assisting the Acharya is not lifting his legs. He is only holding his legs when he brings his legs up. So same way, you need to kick your legs with as much force as you can and bring your legs up. Yes, so when you kick your legs up, Punitanaya can support you. So when you kick your legs up, Punitanaya can hold the leg which you are kicking up and help you come up. So maybe you can switch, Punitanaya, now you can try. So, yes, Ma Sweta, that's good. Yes, Ma Yogatma Shakti, Ma, you can use a wall, Ma. Otherwise, you're going to be kicking your legs. And if you won't be able to balance, why don't you try using a wall, Ma? So in this asana, we are going to visualize Swamiji in our inner space. And we are going to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, inhale and exhale through our nostrils and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत् अजासनं भवति.
Yes, Ma, Yoga Jnana Rupini, that is also a good way to get into the handstand. That's also a good way. Anyways, now you can all relax. Let's all sit down for a moment, catch our breath. Sit down for a moment, catch your breath. So now we are entering into Dhanantarasana. Let's sit on our heels with our hands on the knees. Harshaya, sit on your heels, Aya. So now in Dhanantarasana, we are going to perform one sequence of motions. So now you're going to bring your hand behind you, hold your toes, pull them as high as you can, pull your legs as high as you can, and then bring your hands onto the knees. So this is Dhanantarasana. Pull your toes as high as you can, and then bring your hands onto the knees. We are going to visualize Swamiji in our inner space. And now once again we are entering into the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. So all of us remember how to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. We have to inhale through the back of the throat nice and deep. Inhale through the back of the throat nice and deeply and exhale through the nostrils. So your breath has to be as deep as possible. It cannot be shallow, because when you do the Ujjayi Kumbhaka and breathe through the back of the throat, it makes that ocean-like sound. That's why it's called the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Bring the gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform the Moola Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and internally we are going to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पूरव विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो फना शरा मोड़ी पगा की अंगुली अग्रिमेढ़ लगावे.
Okay, relax. Let's enter into the next asana. The next asana is going to be Angamottanam. In Angamottanam, as you continue to be seated, You're now going to interlace your fingers in front of your body, and then you're going to stretch yourself. Angamottanam is going to be more of stretching your body out, your shoulders, your hands. So interlock your fingers, and then you can stretch your body, move it to the left, move it to the right. And twist yourself. Perform the Angamottanam. Give massage to various parts of your body. Twist your hands towards the back as well. See where you're feeling tightness in your body. Those are all the places you want to stretch out with Angamottanam. It can be up, it can be to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Okay. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Garudasana 4. In Garudasana 4, you're going to be sitting on your heels in Vajrasana. From this position, now you're going to turn your feet out towards the side. Turn your feet out towards the side, and you're going to sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. If you feel sitting down like this is a little harder for you, you can take the support of your hands and slowly try to sit down. Okay, your feet goes outward, and then slowly with the support of your hands, slowly try to sit as much as you can. Try to sit as much as you can and take the support of your hands and hold where you feel you are stuck. Hold in that position. Yes, Harshaya, come on, do it. Sairamaya, let's do. Yes. Female team, LA. Yes. Feet out, stretched outward. You can have enough gap between your knees. Try and sit. Sairamaya, open your feet outward. Open your feet outward. You can see on the screen, the feet is stretched out. Yes. Not back, out. And try and sit as much as you can. Now, you're going to visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in your inner space. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायोद्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Okay, relax. The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as you are seated in this position, your feet are going to come back to normal position. Rather than pointing outward, it's going to point backward. And open your knees nice and wide. Open your knees nice and wide. Keep your feet at the back. And you're going to hold on to your ankles. Hold on to your ankles and open your shoulder nice and wide. Okay. Once you hold on to your ankles at the back, you're going to open your shoulders wide so your chest opens up. Hold on to your ankles at the back of your body. Now, while doing this asana, nicely sit straight and stretch your shoulder out. Now, visualize yourself residing blissfully inside a temple, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः हस्तयुग्मं पाददेशे पादयुग्मं प्रदापयेत्.
Okay. The next asana is going to be movement from this existing one. The next is going to be Mandukasana 2. Now you're going to be sitting on your ankles. Okay, please sit on top of your ankles. Earlier it was outside, now it's going to be on top of your ankles. Okay, sit on top of your ankles. Have your knees nice and wide out. Now place your hands under your knees. Place your hands under your knees and bring your gaze towards the nose. Bring your gaze to the nose. Bring your gaze to the nose. In this asana, we are now going to be performing the Uddiyana Bandha. So you're going to first inhale, and then exhale completely. Pull your stomach in and up. Pull your stomach in and up. Hold for as comfortably as you can and then exhale and then repeat it. While doing this, visualize yourself as a frog in your inner space. Bring your awareness to your breath. Salem kai vandu mutti kadila. Salem female team mutti kadila kai vekanum. Hands under your knees, not your thighs. Malaysia male team, hands under the knee. The ayah on the pink mat, light pink mat. Under the knee. Yes. Now, visualize yourself as a frog in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्भङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तो पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Relax. The next asana we are going to be entering into is going to be the Narasimhasana. In the Narasimhasana, as you are in the existing position, you are now going to place your toes on the mat, heels up, toes on the mat. You're going to sit on top of your heels while your toes are on the floor. All of you get on top of your heels. And now place your hands in front of your thighs. Stretch your fingers out, open your fingers out and wide. Place it in front of you, palms facing the ground. And you're going to stick your tongue out and exhale. Visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha in your inner space. Exhale the air forcefully. In Narasimhasana, all of you please perform the knees apart, knees wide. Don't keep your knees together, keep enough space between your knees. Malaysia male team, ayah on the pink mat, have enough space between your knees. Yes. This female team, you're doing good. Exhale forcefully. Visualize yourself as Lord Narasimha in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीर नी काट हरावे नासा अग्र दृष्टि को ल्यावे.
Relax. Relax. The next asana we are all going to be performing is going to be Bisrakasana. In Bisrakasana, what we are going to do is, as you are seated on your heels, knees down, you are now going to separate your knees sidewards, have enough space in between your knees. Now look at the hand, okay? The hand is going to be the important position. You're going to make a hollow in your palms, okay? So you're going to make your hands like a small cup with your hands, and you're going to close your mouth with the hollow. Now while you're doing that, you're going to insert the thumbs on the upper palate of your mouth. Going to insert your thumbs onto the upper palate of the mouth and bring your gaze towards the nose. This is Bisrakasana. All of you enter into the Bisrakasana. Keep your knees wide. Don't keep your knees together. Sit straight. Sit on top of your heels. Knees wide apart. Keep your knees wide apart. And continue.
So we're going to be performing the Bishraka Kumbhaka. So the Bishraka Kumbhaka is where you're going to inhale through the nostrils. So in your nostrils also the Pingala Nadi. So Pingala Nadi is right side, so your right nostril. So with your fingers, which is there next to the nose, you're going to inhale through the right nostril and exhale through the mouth. This is Bishraka Kumbhaka. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through the mouth. And in your inner space, visualize Devi Durga sitting gracefully on her lion and blessing you. Perform the Moola Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दो पगा की येडी जोजी गोड़ा फणो बाण फुनि होई गोड़ा जंग अधर करी राखे आड़े वाह इसी विधि दाखे.
So now we are going to be entering into a very nice asana, which is Makadasana. So in Makadasana, we are now going to sit on our heels, flatten your toes, bring your toes down. And now you can bring your hands to your side and you're going to visualize yourself as a playful monkey, and how a playful monkey would scratch itself. You're going to scratch the side of your body, visualizing yourself as a playful monkey. So in your inner space, visualize yourself as a playful monkey. Going to continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. Chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दोबूपकथले संपुट आने तनिकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने मूल द्वार एडियां परिल्यावे मूढ़ा हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे दोवू कर की अंगुरी जोजी बतखा आनी लगावे सोवू खाजा कुजवना की जीव करे त्रिकुटी दृष्टि अचल करी धरे.
Good. All of us perform the asana perfectly. Looks like it's coming from our biomemory itself. So now we are going to be moving into the next asana, which is Vajrashankarasana. So now in Vajrashankarasana, we are going to come on to our toes and raise the knees off the ground. Let's all raise onto our toes. Raise the knees off the ground. And now you're going to open your knees wide apart. Open your knees wide apart, as wide as you can. And now slowly raise your hands and bring them behind your back, crossing your arms behind the back and holding on to the elbows. So knees off the ground, sit on your heels, sit on your toes, and keep your hands crossed behind the back. Visualize a diamond in your inner space. Visualize a diamond in your inner space. Let's balance here, performing the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils nice and deeply. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम फणा पाणी होए बैसे दोहू एड़ी गुदानी बैसे घोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर पृष्ठ दिशि दोहू कर आने तिनके जुगत ऐसे विधि ठाने.
Relax, lower your knees to the ground. Yes, so now we are moving into the next asana, Kanjanasana. So let's sit on our heels. Sit on your heels, and now we are going to bring our hands, bring the back of our hands onto the ground. Place the back of the hands on the ground. This is Kanjanasana. So in this asana, we are going to focus on two components. First is the visualization. So let's now close our eyes and visualize that whatever issue, ailment we have with our body is being completely healed by Swamiji. Take a moment to close your eyes and see Swamiji's healing energy completely curing any issues. You have in your body. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth, exhale through the nostrils, and when you exhale, we are going to perform the Uddiyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up as much as we can. So as you continue to hold the visualization of your body being healed, also focus on the Uddiyana Bandha. As you exhale, pull the stomach in and up as high as you can, and then inhale through the mouth again. So this is Kanjanasana, and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
खञ्जनासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Yes, now we move into the next asana, Kurmasana. Now bring your hands and place them on the knees. Bring your hands, place them on the knees. Keep your elbows straight. Tighten your shoulders. And visualize a tortoise in your inner space. We're going to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth, exhale through the nostrils. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles. Gaze to the tip of the nose and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गुल्फौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Now we move into the next asana, Yogasana. So Yogasana is similar. So in the previous asana, we tightened our elbows, we tightened our shoulders. This time just sit relaxed. You can keep your back straight. You can relax your shoulders, relax your hands. Just keep your hands on the knees. Once again, we are visualizing Swamiji in our inner space. Ma Yogatma Shakti, you can bring your knees together, Ma. No need to keep the knees wide apart. Bring your knees together. Yes. So in this asana, we are continuing to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform the Moola Bandha and chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां विक्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतत् इति योगविदो विदुः.
Now we move into Vijogasana. So in Vijogasana, we are now going to raise onto our knees. And now you're going to try to bring the feet, crossing them behind your back. Cross them and try to bring them to the opposite knees. So cross your knees as much as you can. Yes. Come on to your knees. Cross your knees as much as you can behind the back. And now you're going to slightly bend your hands behind, your back behind, and lower the hands to the calves of the respective hand and hold them. So try to hold your legs behind your back. This is Vijogasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the third eye in this asana. Bring your gaze to the third eye. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां विक्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतत् इति योगविदो विदुः.
Relax, you can uncross your legs. So now the next asana we are going to be entering into is Ushtrasana. So in Ushtrasana, let's raise on to our knees. And now you're going to keep the toes flat and slowly lower yourself down. Keep the toes flat and slowly lower yourself down. So to balance in this asana, you have to push your hips forward. Push your hips forward and at the same time lower yourself down. You can see if it's too hard, you can also raise your toes up and then hold your ankles. So this is the first level. If it's too hard to bend all the way down, but try as much as you can. It's going to nicely stretch your back. So once you're able to hold your toes, hold your ankles when Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य सम्पिपादयिषु पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
first place our forearms on the ground next to you. Bring your forearms to the ground. Hold your feet. Bring the forearms to the ground. Saramaya, bring your forearms to the ground first. Bring your elbows to the ground. So let's all first bring our elbows to the ground. Raising yourself up. So either you can go down and rise up, or you can slowly lower yourself into the position, whichever is comfortable. Visualize a lotus in our inner space. Gaze to the tip of the Yes, Punidanaya, that's good. Slowly lower your head. Stay there, Aya, stay there. Back. Go down in the same position. No, we are not. It's a movement where you're going to, from a sitting position, go down, touch your back to the ground, and try not. Otherwise, you can still use the support of your elbows. Levels. Visualize Swamiji healing your body. Gaze to Paramashivoham.
जङ्घापृष्ठिभूमौ निधाय जङ्घोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठिवंशं वारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं
slowly lower your hands down, but this time you can try to lower it from above your head. So like how Maharaj is the asana, that's fine, but let's try as much as we can now. So let's take this time to stretch our back so that we are able to perform this asana over the course of time. So you can also do this from lying down position. So lie down on your back first, and now you're going to bring whichever is working for you, whichever is easier for you, try to perform. So in this asana, we are going to visualize ourselves as a dove. Great, ma. So visualize a dove in your inner space. Continue to breathe in the Ujjayi Kumbhaka and move into the final asana for today, which is Varasana. So stand on your knees, bring your hands, cross them in front of yourself, and now so let's take a moment to visualize that. Bring the visualization of Swamiji blessing us. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जाननी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहुपरस्परं दत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत्
Shavasana. Completely relax your body. Keep your hands by your side. to our body. Bring awareness to yourself, to your hands and your legs. Slowly move your hands and legs. And raise up into a comfortable seated position. Keep your eyes closed. Let's now take a few minutes to just unclutch and sit. Well, now every thought that comes into your inner space, unclutch from it. If you get distracted, come back. Bring yourself back. Let us now take a few minutes to sit in the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If there is some sound behind you, unclutch from that as well. You can bring awareness to your breath if you want. Don't get distracted by any thought. If you want, you can even internally chant the Mahavakya. Now, for giving us this amazing opportunity to attend the Paramashivoham program, to know him, to know take a deep breath and we'll chant the Purna mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnama Hope all of you enjoyed today's Nithyananda yoga session, and now we'll be moving into the next sessions for the day, and the timings for the next sessions will be announced by
परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam to all the participants who have joined us today on the third day of the Paramashivoham program. And today, each of us will be learning about the Pancha Krityas, the 5 cosmic actions, which is the Shrishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Tirobhava, and Anugraha, which is also the actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting into delusion, and liberation. And after the wonderful yoga that each of you did, which was so rejuvenating, I request each of you to post how you felt today during the yoga. What was your new experience that you had today during the yoga? And in that same space, we will be starting our day today with the power manifestation, where we will be manifesting the power of third eye. Today, as all of us are preparing ourselves to understand, to learn about Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara, we are going to be preparing ourselves to understand what is the exact science, how you can apply the principles of Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara to manifest your ultimate reality. What is it that you would need? We're going to be learning in detail about each aspect of this. And like Mamadura just shared, we're going to be starting with manifesting the power of third eye. And today, we're going to be beginning with manifesting the ability to see and identify any shapes that is projected to you. Yesterday we did colors. Today we're going to be projecting a shape, any random shape, okay? And what I'm going to request all of you to do is, you're going to try and replicate that shape, draw it out. So you're going to draw the shape that you're seeing, and you can see squares, triangles, rectangles, octagon, anything that you want, right? So you are going to be what Swamiji is revealing to you. Understand, it's not about what is projected that determines you see or not. You should know whether you're seeing colors, shape, letters, numbers, or you're seeing 500 kilometers far away from you. Everything needs the exact same energy in you. There's no quality difference will not be there based on what you see. The quantity will not affect the quality, but your space, your feeling connection, that is the key. That will influence and impact what you see as reality outside. So now can I request each of you to bring your eye bands, to close your eyes if you don't have it yet, and you can come settle down and you can wear the eye band. And we will be projecting a shape for all of you. And you can even get your paper and pen or pencil and start replicating the shape. Whatever you see, whatever Paramashiva, whatever Swamiji shows you in your third eye, whether any shape and any color, please draw it on the paper. We will now be projecting the shape for all of you. I request all the participants to please blindfold yourself and the Mahavakya. Identify what is the
With this
exact shape
one
being
spiritual,
projected.
powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
please relax. I request each of the participants now to post whatever was revealed to you in your third eye by Swamiji. You can post it in the chat. What was the shape that you were able to see? And even if you saw any colors or anything else, any size, whatever you saw, I request each of you to detail it out in the chat. And those of you watching us on YouTube, Facebook, and any other of the social media platforms, I request each of you to head to paramashivoham.org and you can click on the register button and join the Zoom as well. Yes, so each of you can post what was the shape you were able to see, and even if you saw the color of the shape, whatever you saw, please detail it out in the chat.
Come on, each of you please post every detail what each of you saw and whatever shape appeared to you. Just put the shape. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just put the shape that you saw. Okay. Maestro, you should put, okay. See, Maestro, though, you should focus on more getting to like a precise, exact shape of what you see. Because now you should start getting more and more concise with your answer. Then you will become more confident. Okay, when third eye shows this, this is what it is. This is what is guessing. Right? You're understanding, ma? All right. So now shall we see the answer? The exact shape that was projected to you all was
An octagon. So each of you can see it is a pink color octagon.
okay. Now let's enter into one more round. Okay. Once again, I'm going to request all of you to close your eyes, blindfold yourselves completely. Please blindfold yourselves completely. And this time, I'm going to be projecting a gesture for all of you. What is the exact gesture that you're seeing? You'll have to describe that, okay? An action, a gesture. So I'm going to request all of you to scan through the third eye and identify the exact gesture that you're seeing. Please blindfold yourself. Take a moment. Put your eye bands back. Yes. Now, shall we see what is the exact image? Please close your eyes, blindfold yourself. Do not open your eyes. We now have an image projected to you all, and we request you all to scan through the third eye and identify the exact image.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Please relax. Now, can I request each of the participants, each of you can post in the chat, what was the gesture that you were able to see being projected? Whatever appeared to you in your third eye. I request each of you to post it in the chat.
Please take a few moments and share all the details. Whatever you're seeing through the third eye, the exact gesture that you saw, and all the details that was revealed to you, go ahead, take a moment and post it in the chat. Mariska, come on, every one of you, please post it. And also try and describe as much as possible, even the exact gestures that you saw, what were the any colors or anything in particular that you saw in addition to the gestures. Okay, I see different answers. Can I request all the participants to post, please? Can I request every one of you, all the participants to please post? Nithyanandam, Vittal Navi, Nithyanandam Ayya, where are you joining us from? Vittal Navi Ayya, Nithyanandam, welcome to the program. Where are you joining us from, Ayya? And D. Chuan Chen, Nithyanandam, Vidyarupanaya, Nithyanandam. Wonderful to have all of you here today. Did you all do yoga? Ma Alice Wong, Nithyanandam, Ma Lingo, Ma D. Chuan Chen, and all the others that are here. Please take a moment and share. Okay, so now let's verify what is the exact what is the exact gesture that you saw? Go ahead and describe it. And now we're going to be actually seeing the answer. I see many of you have already posted. So I'm going to go ahead and show the answer. It was Namaste gesture.
Pranjali Mudra, it was this. And also, you can see there is like a mandala or like a design behind it. So, and it's There's like pink and white. So anything, if you saw, that's great. You have manifested it. You have manifested the power. And see, even if you did not get the right answer, the experience is what matters. So each of you can even share your experience. What the space that you are in during the manifestation, you can share that as well. So each of you can see the image that was being projected.
Relax. Okay, great. So all of you, hope all of you have had a chance to verify your answer. Now, so many of you have put various different answers, correct? Now, I'm going to request all of you actually take a few minutes and write down any doubts that came up in you, any kind of a doubts, self-doubt, incompletion that came up in you, which made you not able to not be able to see. Like for many of you were you felt like you could not see anything or you just saw black, it was blank. Take a few minutes. It's a very beautiful exercise that Swamiji gives. Just sit and spend time with yourself analyze within you. What was the exact doubt that you had? What was the exact thing that you had which was stopping you, which was making it difficult for you to see? Every single thing, whatever you saw through the third eye, right? When when you were trying to see, you could not see a detail, you could not see a shape, or sometimes you felt like it was just blank. It was not normally what you would see. Actually sit with yourself and analyze your thought currents. Identify what was the exact thought currents that you had. Maybe something in you would have told you before you have done, but now it's not going to be possible. Or maybe something in you would have told it's not going to work for you, or you felt very distracted, or you felt very tired, very bored. Actually sit and identify. We are going to now give you all a few minutes to do it. Please sincerely sit now and identify what exactly was the thought currents that stopped you from manifesting it. Take a few minutes.
त्रिधनं त्रिगुणाकारं त्रिनेत्रं च त्रियायुधं त्रिजन्मपापसंहारम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् त्रिसाहैर्बिल्वपत्रैश्च अच्छित्रैर्कोमलैश्चुवै तव पूजां करिष्यामि एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् सर्वत्रैलोक्यकर्तारं सर्वत्रैलोक्यपावनं सर्वत्रैलोक्यहर्तारम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् नागादिराजवलयं नागहारेण भूषितं नागकुण्डलसंयुक्तम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् क्षमानादरं रुद्रं पार्वतीप्रियवल्लभं चन्द्रशेखरमीशानम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् त्रिलोचनं दशभुजं दुःखादिगोत्रधारिणं विभूत्यार्चितं देवम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् त्रिशूलधारिणं देवं चन्द्रशेखरमीशानम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् गङ्गाधरं मानादं फणिकुण्डलमण्डितं एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् कण्ठस्फटिकसङ्गासं चितिकण्ठं कृपानिधिं सर्वेश्वरं सदा शान्तम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् सच्चिदानन्दरूपं च पारनन्दमयं शिवम् वागीश्वरं चिदाकाशम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् श्रीविष्णुं सहस्राक्षं दुत्तुभ्यां च निषङ्गिणम् हिरण्यबाहुं सेनान्यम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् अरुणं वामनं दारं वास्तव्यं चैव वास्तुवम् ज्येष्ठं कनिष्ठं वैशान्तम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम् एकबिल्वं नित्यार्पणम्
ಸನ್ಮಾರ್ಗತೋರುವ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸದ್ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕೊಡುವ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸನ್ಮಾರ್ಗ ತೋರುವ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸದ್ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕೊಡುವ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿನ್ನನೇ ನಂಬಿಹೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೈ ಬಿಡಬೇಡ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿನ್ನನೇ ನಂಬಿಹೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೈ ಬಿಡಬೇಡ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗಿರಿಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗಿರಿಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ನೀಡನಗೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯ ನೀಡು ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆತ್ಮಭಕ್ತಿ ನೀಡನಗೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯ ನೀಡು ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಭಕ್ತರನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಪ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಭವ ಭಯ ನಾಶಕ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಭಕ್ತರನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಪ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಭವ ಭಯ ನಾಶಕ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗಿರಿಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗಿರಿಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದಕ್ಷಿಣಾಮೂರ್ತಿ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧನ್ವಂತ್ರಿ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದಕ್ಷಿಣಾಮೂರ್ತಿ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧನ್ವಂತ್ರಿ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧನ್ವಂತ್ರಿ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ವೈದ್ಯ ಸರೋವರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವೈದ್ಯ ಸರೋವರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆಲಾರಳಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಲ್ವತ್ತಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆಲಾರಳಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಲ್ವತ್ತಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ மண்ணே மாமலையே மணியே மாணிக்கமே மரகதமே வைரமே பொன்னே புகழ் சேர் பொன்மலையே சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா அஞ்ஞான கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் நித்யா மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை புடி பூசி உடுக்கை தனை ஏந்தும் காலனே புலிதோலனே நீதி பிடிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல் கலை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஆயுடு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொக்கனே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே அடிமுடி காணா அண்ணாமலையே அகிலமும் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே ஆபரணனே நாள்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழ காலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதிசைவனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடரை கொடி பூசி உடுகை தனையேந்தும் காலனே புலிதோலனே நீரில் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல் கலை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே மாண்பழு தானாடிட மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடிவாடியார் பெருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் விழிதடை தானாடிட புவிதனின் சுந்தரனி நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே நேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இமையோக பின்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா பாபா குருவாகவன் திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா பிறதியில் குறைகின்ற பிரமணே நீ ஆடிவா வணங்கிடவே காஞ்சியில் மண்ணாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவலசே ஆதிகந்தமிழாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகை இயக்கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே தொழுதிடத்தில்லை நகர்தனில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே நித்ய ரசித நித்ய வைபவ புத்த கைலை வாசனே ஈசனே சர்வேஷனே பரமேசனே ஜெகதீஷனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு சேவனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே தேவனே
Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva. Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva. Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva. Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva. Lingeshwara, Om Namah Shivaya. Jatadhara Lingeshwara, Om Namah Shivaya. Chidambaresha Kanakasabesha Trinetradharisha. Chidambaresha Kanakasabesha Trinetradharisha. Dhimi Natana Priyaisha. Dhimi Natana Priyaisha. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Shiva Shiva Shambho. 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 Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva. Gangadhara Lingeshwara Shambho Mahadeva. Jatadhara Lingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya. Jatadhara Lingeshwara Om Namah Shivaya. Chidambaresha Kanakasabesha Trinetradharisha. Dhimi Natana Priyaisha. Dhimi Natana Priyaisha. Om Namah Shivaya. Shiva Shiva Shambho. Hara Hara Shambho. Shiva Shiva Shambho. Shiva Shiva Shambho. Shiva Shiva Shambho. Shiva Shiva Shambho. Hara Hara 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 Shambho. Shiva
Sincere apologies to all the participants to keep you all waiting. There's a small technical glitch. And now, thank you all for your patience and being tuned in. Now, like we were sharing with you all, today we are going to be having an introduction to the cosmos. We are going to be understanding about who we are, an introduction to ourselves, Jiva, the world, Jagat, and God, Ishvara. So, we are going to be understanding the right powerful cognitions about each of these, Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara. So, let us all now get ready to enter into the session. And we are going to be listening to Swamiji's revelations on the truths of how your individual being is connected to the world and in turn connected to Ishvara. All the participants, while we listen to the session, please write down what you understand, because this session will form the foundational understanding of what you know about yourself, what you know about God, what you know about life, everything around you. So let us now enter into the session.
Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. The exact English translation of these three words is self, God, and world. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All three are made of same stuff. How you respond to all three will always be same. Please understand. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about Ishvara, God. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about the world. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about Ishvara. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about the world. If you have visual understanding about yourself, for example, when you look inside what you are, if you get an idea visually, you will be able to see Ishvara visually. You will be able to see the cosmos, anything, anywhere visually. If you close your eyes and see yourself, you have only verbal idea what thoughts are going inside. You can see Ishvara also only verbally. And about world also, you will have only verbal knowledge. The basic thing needed for enlightenment is psychological revolution. Clarity about the self, world, and God. Jiva, Jagat, Ishwar. Jiva is the self. How you think, how you are driven, what is your inspiration, what makes you run in your life, what makes you move in your life, why you think, how you think. This understanding is Jiva. And Jagat, how the clarity which happened in me, the desires and fears I feel in me, how I am going to connect it with the world. If I have some desires, how am I going to get it from the world? If I have some fears, how am I going to avoid it? Avoid those things being forced upon me by the world. That relationship is Jagat. Ishwar means the source for both. The source for individual self and the world is the Ishwar. Achieving the source. All these three is what is called enlightenment. First, having clear understanding about Jiva. Why you think, how you think. this clarity will give you the experience about Jiva. Then, how to connect with the world through your fear or through your greed. Achieving what you want to achieve or keeping away from what you don't want. This is the realization about the East Jagat world. The third, Ishvara, which is the source of these two, experiencing it. Actually, it's a very subtle truth, but very strong truth. Just by understanding, it can liberate you. Just a simple understanding, it can solve so many problems, so many things. The click will straight away happen just by understanding. This sutra is the Nitya Sutra. Nitya Sutra means you need to practice it eternally.
25 states of consciousness, Jiva, 11 dimension of the universe, Jagat, 5 operations of the Sadashiva, Ishvara, Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Understanding of all these three and how they meet, how they connect, who means what to whom, what means what to whom, who connects with what in what way. This whole matrix is Maya. Realization of this whole matrix is Sadashivoham, Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. And now when they understand the matrix between these three, the experience of Sadashivoham starts as a everyday happening. Please understand, happening means how the 9 body fluids are happening as long as you are alive in this body. Like this Sadashivoham will be one more oozing happening of as long as everything exists. The happening word, that is exactly the description of the word happening in Sanskrit. How the 9 body fluids go on happening as long as you are alive in this body. Anything which becomes that kind of happening in you only is Anubhuti. So this matrix of Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, realization and mastery over this matrix happening in you is Sadashivoham. Not that when you have an incompletion, you will find completion, you will find solution. No, that is not called happening. That is taking medicine and healing. For example, you have a, what do you call that? Low hemoglobin. You take medicine and then hemoglobin, you become iron lady and then hemoglobin becomes all right. That is medicine. That is not happening. Understand? So when you find incompletion and you go for completion, it becomes all right. That is not happening. The moment hemoglobin starts coming down, automatically body secretes whatever is needed and it becomes all right, is only happening. So now this matrix and mastery over this matrix will become happening in you guys. That is Sadashivoham. When I am introducing, it is only a medicine. Wherever you have a problem, take this and heal, work, breakthrough. It's a medicine. But when this matrix is mastered, it becomes happening.
If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world and the God will change. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Jiva is idea about you. Jagat is your idea about the world. and Ishvara is your idea about the ultimate. All these three are very closely connected. If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world will change, and your idea about the Ishvara will change. If you are fear-based, you will feel very connected to the deities with all weapons, 18-handed Kali, or Muniyasami, Karupannar, with all the deities which are violent. You will feel very connected because you are deeply feeling insecure. You want somebody to protect you with all the weapons. If you grow, if your idea about you changes, if you raise to the level of anahata, love, suddenly you will feel connected to Krishna. More love, more bliss, more joy. If you elevate yourself a little more, if your personality becomes a seeker, means seeker of enlightenment, you will feel connected to the master. No, with no other god you will feel connected. All those gods are okay, but you won't feel connected. Only the connection will be with master. You will feel master is everything. That is everything. People ask me, are you God? I tell them no. Only for selected. I am not God for all, but only for those few who are seekers. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I heard that fellow had some miraculous experience in his life by you. You did that to him, this to him, why not do for me also? I tell them, no, it's not in my hand, it is in your hand. How much you feel connected. If you feel connected to me as a teacher, I will do only the teacher's job. Only the teacher's job will happen. If you feel connected to me as a master, the master's job will happen. If you feel connected to me in a much more deeper level, those kinds of things will happen. It is feeling connected that creates the possibility for miracles. That creates the space for power of coincidence to happen. Understand? It is you feeling connected. You are feeling connected. That creates a special space where miracles just continue to happen. Miracles are not done. It happens. If it is done, it is a work. Only if it happens, it is miracle.
For you to become your Ishvara, only Jagat is created. Jagat is generated for you to become your Ishvara. For Jiva to become Shiva, Jagat is generated. Now know your goal and know you and generate your Jagat around you. For generating the Jagat, understanding about wealth and relationship, health, all this jnana vrata is required. You want to become very healthy. It means you have to attract a kind of people who are inspiring you every morning to get up and do yoga and do panchakriya and eat healthy. You can't attract the fellows morning itself, hey, come on, let's go to bar. You can't afford to attract the fellows, come on, let's go to McDonald's. Eat that 7-layer burger, Texas size, Starbucks coffee, 2-liter Coca-Cola. If you attract that kind of friends and that kind of world around you, then don't expect to be healthy. So if you want to be healthy, you need to attract a kind of people, setup, system, place where people are all happy and wake up early morning and breathe that fresh ozone and bend the body, do the yoga and eat healthy, live happily, don't accumulate toxins. Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself as of now to whatever you can perceive you. till that level, you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore individually, separately, you are Shiva. Listen, let me repeat once more. Whatever you perceive as you, as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you, whatever you are perceiving as of now, to whatever you can perceive as you. Understand? Even if you perceive yourself as Sadashiva, you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. Only then you are Shiva. Sadashiva. Please listen. What Vedas describe as Brahman, Agamas describe as Sadashiva is not what English word God means. God means generator, operator, destroyer, three. Very clearly Agama says Sadashiva does Panchakritya, not three. Panchakritya means creation, protection, destruction, delusion, liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Vinasha, Trodana, Anugraha. Even the word Srishti is not equivalent to creation. Even the word Sthiti is not equivalent to operation. Even the word Vinasha is not equivalent to destruction. Even that is a mentally retarded, handicapped version. The word God is not equivalent to Sadashiva. The very scope. West does not understand something called delusion and liberation. It understands only creation, operation, and destruction. What they understand from their scope, they created their God. Understand what they could grasp based on that, they created their concept of God. What we experienced from that, we expressed Brahman and Sadashiva. So the Brahman in Vedas, Sadashiva in Agamas is not described, presented properly by the word God. I am first making this statement clear. So, the moment I have discarded even the word God, where is the question of getting absorbed into that God? Understand, supernatural, paranormal, magical, all these words no way relates with what Agama describes, Upanishad describes as Shaktis. Let me enter into the satsang. Listen. Hindu tradition has only 3 steps for ultimate realization, manifesting Sadashivatva. 1. Shravana, listening. 2. Manana, internalizing. 3. Nididhyasana, manifesting, living. Listen carefully. Any great truth you listen, Shravana, which goes into your length logic dimension, should become part of your depth cognition. Once it becomes cognition, you start living it. That's all. Logically, you all heard millions of times from me, you are Mahasadashiva. You are the same pure consciousness. But it has not yet become your depth cognition. It is sitting there, but not into your Anandagandha. Listen carefully. What is the way? All your great ideas, see, as long as it is only a length logic, it's an idea. When it becomes cognition, it is life. Ideas you have about your soul. What is individual soul? What is Jagat? Means universe, human beings, life, nature. What is Ishvara? Listen carefully. You have all the right ideas now. Nothing more need to be taught. That is why no guru can stand in front of my disciples. You guys know too much. No doubt. Amazing ideas about self means Jiva, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, God. You know too much, and it is in your logic, in your length. But it has to become your cognition, depth. How? How? Understand, when all the great ideas about Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, self, universe and God is sitting in your logic, it is yet to become your depth cognition. You all have all the right things. I have seen many people, when they advise others, the way they advise, oh God. Understand, it does not need to be our weakness. It can become sadhana. Listen. How many of you feel when you solve others' problems, so many clicks happen inside you and many of your problems are solved? Raise your hand. That is all is the technique. Start causing others. That is what I am saying. Understand. All the great understandings you have about each self, universe and God. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All the great things, great ideas you have need to become part of your cognition. Depth. How many of you feel everything I have in my length, if it becomes depth, now I will become enlightened? I have so much. What is the methodology then? Causing, that's all. Understand, causing is a spiritual practice, because every time you cause others, you just lift yourself to the higher understandings, cognitions, where the understandings you have in the level of logic length becomes part of your depth cognition.
சிவம் உங்கள் பெயர் அல்ல, உங்கள் சத்தியம். Shiva is not just your name, it is your satya.
It is your Satya. It is your existence. It is you. It is you. It is your very you. The core of your existence is Shiva. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Listen. Even when you have self-doubt, see, always, all of you move from one thought to another thought because your mind moves from one thought to another thought. You get self-doubt about anything you try to understand. Understand? The believers will have a self-doubt about their bhakti. Non-believers, even atheists, will have a self-doubt about their atheism. Any philosophy you try to believe, you will have a self-doubt. Only when you experience, your self-doubt will be burnt. Self-doubt, when it is unattended, becomes self-hatred. Self-hatred, when it is unattended, becomes self-denial. That's what I call SDHD. Just like ADHD. How kids have a ADHD, adults get into SDHD. Self-doubt. Unattended self-doubt becomes self-hatred. Unattended self-hatred becomes self-denial. The SDHD leads to doubt about life. Doubt about your own life. Doubt about your life becomes hatred for life and denial of life. LDHD, life doubt, life hatred, life denial, only becomes frustration, anger, depression about life. All the problems you face in your relationships with the external world, with the outer world, is LDHD. Listen. All the pasa you experience, all the mithya you experience, all the maya you experience, all the delusion you experience is LDHD. Life doubt, life hatred, life denial. All the insecurity you experience about life is God doubt, God hatred, God denial. Listen. What starts as SDHD starts manifesting as LDHD and goes to GDHD. Once you don't attend to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, it takes the form of LDHD and GDHD. Listen. Come to the source core of you. The source of you. Through experience. How you experience, you exist with that same strength, power, you can experience Paramashiva exists today. With that experience of Paramashiva, your SDHD, LDHD, GDHD, all of it will disappear, dissolve. You will experience Paramadvaita. Parama Advaita. Understand that first. You always think, only if I can visualize the great truths inside me and concentrate on it without getting oscillated, I will get enlightened, I will experience Paramashiva. No. Paramashiva is larger than your ability to visualize. That is why Upanishads declares. Upanishads very clearly declares, Avangmanadi Kocharam. It is beyond your ability to visualize and verbalize. He is the frequency which cannot be verbalized. He is the vibration which cannot be visualized. The nada which cannot be verbalized. Bindu which cannot be visualized. He is Satya, only can be experienced.
Before entering into the sutra, just few understandings, few words about the scripture, Shiva Sutra. This book is not even just a manual for enlightenment. It is a manual to create spiritual traditions. The technique which we are going to enter today is the base of whole Buddhist tradition. Each technique, each meditation technique which is described in this book is a base for one religious tradition, one spiritual philosophy. Out of this one meditation technique, whole Buddhist tradition is born. Fortunately, this book is older. That is why we are able to say from this book it started. People ask, how can you keep Buddha also along with gods? Because Buddha did not accept Vedic gods. If you read deeply, Buddha never said there's no God or God does not exist. Whenever he was asked the question, he just avoided, just not to waste the time. Because whenever you say yes or no, you have enough arguments. People come and ask me, Swami, is there God? Atheism with a decent, cultured, responsible is straight path to enlightenment. There are many masters who led people to enlightenment through atheism. Very rational, logical, responsible. There are many masters who never accepted God, but led people towards godliness. People ask me, is there God? God is not the thing to argue by saying yes or no. The moment I say yes, I'll have 1,000 more questions. The moment I say no, again 1,000 more questions. Both are not going to help you. Neither yes nor no is going to help you. Just give a technique through which he will realize. He himself will achieve it. Buddha did the same job. He never said yes, never said no. He just gave the method. He just gave a technique and led people to achieve the enlightenment, achieve the truth. In a very beautiful way, without accepting the authority of the Veda, he contributed to Vedic tradition. See, there will always be 50% of the people saying no for everything. See, when you say no, it feels very juicy. Saying no is really very juicy. That is, kids, why do you think constantly kids say no for anything and everything? Because it gives them the feeling that they are grown up. Only when you say no, you feel you have freedom. There is something called positive freedom. Freedom of acceptance and saying yes, the ultimate freedom. But unfortunately, neither we are taught about it, nor we experienced it. I can tell you actually, this moment you can liberate yourself. All you need to do is accept you as you are in the outer world and the inner world. Suddenly you will see you are unclenched. You are cleansed by only one thread, non-acceptance. Sutre Maniganaiva, Krishna says, I am the thread running through the whole existence. There is one thread in you which is running through the whole suffering of your life, non-acceptance. Just like a Lord is the thread. Krishna is the thread running, connecting the whole existence. Your non-acceptance is the thread running and connecting your whole sufferings. What you call as samsara roga, bhava roga, suffering of disease. This one moment, a simple acceptance. People ask me, I am not able to accept that I am not able to accept this. Please accept that you are not able to accept you. That's all. Even that is an acceptance. Even that acceptance can suddenly unclench you. There is no need for thought flowing in you. There were one group of people who are very simple, who are able to straight away connect and accept and realize the truth. For that group, the Vedic tradition was helping. But slowly, unfortunately, a kind of a negative wave, a negative group started developing because the spiritual techniques and the transmission of the spiritual enlightenment was not happening at one point. Transmission of enlightenment was not happening. So the antagonistic crowd, the crowd started saying no to everything. If you say no logically, there won't be any problem. Saying no, just, I don't want, just for the sake of feeling strong. For that group, there is nobody to guide them. It is not that just because they want to stray, they can be dropped or they can be completely thrown out. No. Somebody has to take care of them. Then divine descends as Buddha, who gathers all the drop-offs. Gathers all the people who say or saying constantly no. He also gathered all of them and said, yes, he played the same tune. He played the same tune. But I can say among the masters, Buddha is the master who contributed maximum number of enlightened beings to the planet Earth. Maximum number of enlightened beings are contributed to planet Earth from the Buddhist tradition. Directly from Buddha. When he was alive, fortunately he was in the body for more than, you can say, 80 years. And he became enlightened around 40. 40 years enlightened public mission. Created at least 10,000 enlightened beings. I think even now, it's a achievement. I don't think anybody else has done much more than that. He contributed so much without directly saying yes or no to the question whether God exists or not. He straight away gave the technique. And that technique is from this sutra. This is the sutra which forms the core center of the Buddhist tradition. That is why the Upanishad says the person who is initiated, the initiated person, for him, whole world is heaven. Amritasya, immortal heaven. The person is uninitiated. You understand the word initiation? It means not doing some ceremony or ritual. Initiation means the click happening in you. When a master expresses the truth, the realization, if the click happens in you, suddenly you feel, oh God, right? What he says is right. I was always thinking this. He put it in the right way. If you feel whatever I am speaking, always you thought about it, but I am verbalizing it. I am properly putting it in words. Initiation is happening. That is the scale, whether initiation has happened or not. If the initiation happens, the whole world is heaven. If the initiation is not happening, then the whole world is hell. All you need to understand is this two qualities. When you do not accept this moment, starts the greed. When you do not accept the moments which may come, there starts fear. Out of greed, the quality of rajas gets added into your system. Out of fear, the quality of tamas gets added into your system. All you need to understand, the more and more time you spend in the middle path means accepting the inevitability and accepting your present moment, accepting you as you are now, understanding the inevitability of the life which may happen in you, happen for you. When you have these two understanding, that is what we call sattva. Means relaxed, restful middle path. Neither you are driven by the non-acceptance of the present moment, nor you are driven by the non-acceptance of the future moments. Non-acceptance of the present moment and future moment are the root of rajas and tamas, restlessness and fear, restlessness and inertia. This simple understanding, this psychological revolution, actually, the moment initiation happens in you, every word which comes out of the master rings bell in your heart, and that becomes a strong, clear programming in you. Programming your life based on the Vedic knowledge. Even the Vedic knowledge seems to be too small a word. The right word is the true knowledge. Actually, Vedic knowledge is true knowledge. But in course of time, people have started thinking Vedic knowledge is something like a branding. No. All of us need to understand the word Veda. Veda means the knowledge which comes out of your inner space when you are unclutched. When you are unclutched and relaxed, whatever research and development happens automatically inside you without you contributing or you interfering. That is Veda. If you just keep quiet, Veda will happen in you. That's all is the basic truth. When you unclutch and rest in a silence, relax in silence, a strong visualization without verbalization will happen in you. Those truths are only called Vedas. There's a beautiful description about who is Rishi in Sanskrit. Mantra Drashta is Rishi. Understand? Not the person who heard the mantra, but the person who sees the mantra. Mantra Drashta. Drashta means who sees. Means the whole knowledge and truth will happen in you as a visualization, not as a verbalization. When you drop from verbalization and clutch from verbalization, mantra drashta will happen. Now, we are all only listening the mantra. Means like a sound, either from outside or from inside. It comes out only as a verbalization. Then you are not Rishi. Relax. Then it is not Vedas. It is not the true knowledge. It is perverted knowledge. In Sanskrit, we use the word. The perverted knowledge means half truth or perverted truth. When you unclutch from the verbalization which is constantly happening, your strong visualizations beyond your verbalization will come out. All you need to do is put all your effort and relax from unclutching. Suddenly you will see a very strong visualizations will start happening in you. Those visualizations are only called as visions. Mantra drashta. You will see the mantra. Mantra means knowledge, truth. You will see the mantra. You will see the truth. That is what is called Veda.
A very, very beautiful revelation that Swamiji shared revealed to all of us. Understanding how each of the states, your individual soul, Jiva, the world around you, Jagat, and God, Ishvara, what you cognize as you, how you connect with you, how you relate with you, is precisely how you relate with the world, how you relate with God. Many times we think, whatever happens, how I relate with me is not going to be affected. Maybe I may think anything about me, but I may be, I will definitely be different to how I am with others, will not be affected by me. Please understand, the truth of life is this. What you think about you inside of you, that is precisely how you respond to life and to the world. This session establishes the fundamentals of what you're going to be learning today. If you are confused about yourself, do not think you will have clarity, you will have some amazing clarity about how you're going to deal with the world. No. What you think about you is exactly how you relate with the world, relate with God. Are all of you understanding this? This is what is called Jiva. Jiva means your individual self. Jagat is the world. And Ishvara is God, ultimate. Now, how you hold yourself inside you is exactly how you hold yourself outside you. How you hold life, how you hold others, how you hold people, everything is getting impacted. Ma Lin Yi Ting and Ma Ramani Devi, all the others, are you all understanding? Ma Hag Chuan Liu, Ma Han Yan Hui Jing, are you all understanding? Ma? I request every one of you to post as you're understanding, because many times what you carry as your cognitions under you, ma limiting. Actually, you can post what is the exact reality you want to manifest. What is the shift you want to have? Like, for example, maybe in some relationships, or maybe in some aspect of your life, in aspect of wealth. Post what exactly is the shift you want to have. Atma Jyotikaya, Nithyanandam. Atma Jyotikaya, are you also understanding? This session will really help you. Because many times we think the whole space around us is independent. We think, okay, this is how life has manifested. You inside you, even if you feel miserable, low about yourself, you think outside, if you put up a nice smile and a happy face, everything will be aligned. No. Because the Jiva, if you are confused about yourself in your inner space, you will be confused about every decision you make in life. You will be confused about people around you. You will be even confused about God. For example, people who are very deeply insecure, they will actually, like, they have deep fear, they're afraid that they might be attacked or something will happen. All those people will connect to the God which offers protection, like Kala Bhairava, Mahakali, all of these forms, Durga, Veerabhadra. But people who feel they lack love in their life, like they really want that love and fulfillment, they will connect to deities like Krishna, Subramanya, and people who feel that they just want that deep experience of like surrender, or you want to experience that bhakti, the deep bhakti, then they'll connect to deities like Venkateshwara. Each one, how they relate with themselves, that is precisely how they will experience the world and God. Ma Lingiting, are you catching it? Are you understanding? Can I request all the participants to come on camera? This session is a very important session that will help you understand deeper about yourself. Ma Purushananda is asking, what is the right way to manifest? See, ma, the cognitions you carry about you, work sincerely on changing it. Each of the cognition. Okay, Vidyarupanaya, you're saying you do not understand what impact these three factors have on your life. Many times you may feel life is unfair to me, nobody loves me, or sometimes you feel different cognitions. You feel sometimes that people all hate me, or you sometimes feel people don't support you. The cognitions you carry about life is directly dependent on how you cognize yourself inside of you. What you understand as you, how you cognize you, is exactly how you cognize life and God. Understand why this is important, Vidyarupanaya? Because if you work on fixing the cognitions that you carry about you, you will be in so much completion with life, so much completion with Ishvara. Atmajyotikaya, are you also understanding? Sometimes, see Vidyarupanaya, for example, if you are taking a decision for taking sannyas, Vidyarupanaya must be thinking, oh God, why Ma is constantly telling sannyas, sannyas? You should know that is literally the purpose for your life. You have to see when your being is asking for it, when you literally want it, you're yearning for it, you have to somehow the other way it is going to manifest. And you just need to see and wake up to that. That's all. But anyways, I'll come back to what I was saying. So, for example, if you feel I want to take sannyas, but I'm very confused about life. I do not know. Sometimes life is feeling like relationships is good, but sometimes whenever I see Swamiji, whenever I come to Paramashivoham, I feel like, I just want to be with Swamiji. He's the ultimate. If you feel confused, insecure, afraid, you need to address what is the core cognition you carry about you, because when you are confused about yourself, when you are not clear with what your purpose is, you will be confused about God and the world. Same way, if you're deeply insecure, Atmajyotikaya, see, if you feel life is constantly unstable in front of you, you feel things are happening, things are not happening, or people are, maybe sometimes you feel they're genuinely loving you. Sometimes you feel people are not really loving you or people not supporting you. It could be anything. I'm just giving some examples, but it could be anything, right? If you have that as your cognition, please understand confusion, chaos, powerlessness in life is only a reflection of confusion, chaos, and powerlessness you carry about you. Many times you try to convince people outside. If you feel you're weak, if you feel you're incapable, if you feel you're not talented, what you always try to do is you try to convince people outside saying, no, 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 see, I'm talented, I'm very intelligent, all of that. But no matter how much you try to convince outside, unless you shift the cognition you carry inside you, life outside you will not change. This is the fundamental principle. This is the most basic truth for you to understand about life, Jiva, Jagat. If you understand these two, you will be able to understand Ishvara. Are you all catching it? Just bring this right powerful cognition inside of you. What is the exact cognitions you carry about you? That is exactly how you carry about Jiva. Sorry, the Jagat and Ishvara, world and God. Now, I'm going to request each of you to take a few minutes, reflect on your understanding of who you are. Vidyarupanaya, are you understanding now? Did this answer your question? Are you understanding how it is relevant to your life? See, many times you go and try to fix situation outside, right? You try to see why, you're trying to convince people around you. You're trying to see why is life so chaotic. But the source of it is inside you. If there's chaos inside you about yourself, you will only experience life as chaos. If you are unstable inside you about yourself, what is the purpose of your life? Outside you will experience the same instability. If you fix the understandings you carry about Jiva, you will be able to fix understanding about Jagat and Ishvara. Atmajyotika, I'm not quite understanding your question. What does it mean? You're asking, should you go back to before you were 7 years old to achieve completion? Is that what you're asking? Am I right? And Vidyarupanaya, do let me know if you understood. Okay. And Ma Swi Leng Tan. Ma Swi Leng Tan. Are you understanding? Are you clicking with it? Swi Leng Tan. Post in the chat whatever you're understanding. And Atmajyotikaya, see, there is no fix. There is no such thing as, oh, okay, let me try and remember before 7 years old, whatever happened. There's a process for it. See, each of these process, each patterns might have different incidents that you would have picked it up. Okay, I'm seeing your questions. Okay, very beautiful. I'm happy that you're expressing clearly. That means you know there's a problem. See, if you understand where the problem is, fixing it is not an issue at all. Swamiji will take care of it. But first, you have understood it. So you have said you have all the feelings that I mentioned, and sometimes you feel like down, lonely, and all of that, and sometimes you feel very confused what decisions to make in life. Understand. First, bring clarity within yourself. Ask yourself, what is the purpose of your life? What do you want to achieve? Swamiji beautifully tells her, yeah, listen, there is nothing called right or wrong in life. You can never say this is the right purpose, this is the wrong purpose. A very beautiful example Swamiji gives. If you believe money is the purpose of your life, be completely integrated to it. And at one point, when you are integrated to it, that integrity will lead you to the more matured goal. You will start understanding even after achieving money, you're not getting inner peace. So slowly it will push you towards seeking. So each time, whatever you experience, now listen, Atmajyotika, this is for you. What confusion you're having, right? Sometimes you feel this is very nice. Sometimes you feel very low, very lone. Sometimes you feel people around you are really nice, really loving. Sometimes you feel life is not good. This entire projection is a projection of your inner dilemma. Sometimes you feel Swamiji is my life. I want to go and live with Swamiji in Kailasa. Or sometimes you feel, no, what about my dance career? What about my dreams? What about my hopes? What about my desires? Now, what we need to do is don't try to address external situation. Okay. Don't try to see, okay, should I go right now? Should I take sannyas? Right now, should I do this, do that? Forget about the external situation. Sit and analyze within you. Swamiji has given a very beautiful exercise for this. Sit and analyze within you all the understandings, identities, and belief you carry about yourself. Write it down. How do you see life currently? How life is occurring to you? You feel it is unstable, or you feel people are not loving you. Whatever you see as how life is occurring to you, first write it down. How you relate with God, Swamiji, write it down and see how it is connected to how you relate with yourself. Is that making sense? Sit within you, pen down, write down the core dilemma that you're carrying. Atmajyotikaya, could you do it now? Sit now, write down, forget about life, everyone around you. You sit and pen down. Inside you, what is that exact conflict you're carrying? If you address that, you'll be able to address other situations. So I'll give you all a few minutes. Please pen this down. Have all the people finished writing? Request all the participants. All finished. If you observe and if you have identified exactly what you understand as Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara, all the conflicts, contradictions, confusions that you have, the chaos that we experience in your Jiva, in your individual self, reflects in the Jagat and in Ishvara. What you cognize as you, how you understand you, how you see yourself, impacts how you see God, how you see world. Atmajyotikaya, have you also finished writing? Once you do this, it will really help you to sit and do.
I request each and every one of you to post in the chat what you have been able to internalize and what your understanding is.
Okay, Atmajyotikaya, I read what you have posted. You have posted your view of the world is cold and cruel. My view of God is strict, and my view of myself is childish. Listen carefully. This is because you view yourself like that. You perceive the world around you, God under that lens. See, for example, just see, if you complete with the way cognition you carry about yourself, if you start having mature conversation with yourself, automatically you will not anymore feel that the world around you is cruel or God is strict. I'll give you an example, okay? Let's say a small child is trying to play with fire. So the mother tries to stop it, tries to stop it. It keeps, every time after mother moves, the child keeps running away back to play with the fire again. So the mother just picks up the child, puts it in another room and locks the room where the fire is there. That time the child will look at the world as the world is cruel, and then mother is very strict. She's not allowing the child to do what he wants. But the same thing, if the child matures, it is not completion, even if other stops it, maturity to understand that it is being harmful. That stops them, correct? Here the incident is not something different, but the maturity, the conscious maturity from which the child looks at the situation is different. Is that making sense to you, Atmajyoti Kaya? So, right now, don't expect the world around you to change or experience of people around you to change. Just focus first on changing your view about yourself. I'm not saying your view about people, no. Your view about yourself. How you cognize you, Jiva. Work on developing deep, mature conversations, mature the talking with yourself, working on mature cognitions that you carry about you. If you change that, the Jagat, the world around you, everything will have a shift.
Now, if you see like all the different perceptions that we are holding about the Jiva, because of that, you are seeing the Jagat with a lens. Like now, if you wear green lens or blue lens, you will see the world like that. You will see the world blue. You will see everything around you blue if you're wearing blue lens. Just like that, if you just remove that and see the world with a different perception from a different lens, even the Jagat will change.
That is why, for example, if you feel you are very unloved, you are very childish, you need to actually look in more, Atmajyotikaya. So you need to look in more what you experience as you, the powerlessness that you carry about yourself. Only when you address that deeply, you will be able to see life and God and understand it with the same depth. Making sense? So now, analyze your perception about yourself, how that affects the views of the world and God. If you feel you're very chaotic inside, if you feel you're very like too confused about yourself, you will feel God is distant, unapproachable, because you'll be so confused about how to approach God. The solution is not to try and change different paths to achieve God. No, it is about you changing your perception, the core cognition that you carry about you within you. Is that making sense to you? All of you now take a minute or two to pen down this. How your perception about you is affecting the world and God.
So can I request each of you to now start penning this down?
Write down how the perception that you carry about you is affecting the perception. Now, Atmajyoti Kaya, what you have written down. Write down, look in and see, why do you view God as strict? Why do you view world as cruel? What exactly is the cognition that you feel inside you? Write it. Just take 2 minutes, analyze this after.
Each of you can analyze that cognition, which is acting like a lens, which makes you see the world the way you see it.
How many of you have finished writing down? Have all of you finished? See, if you finish this, it will be easier for you to understand and cognize the principles of how Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara, the cosmos, the world around you, and yourself, how all three are deeply connected, interconnected with.
Can I request each one of you to post what you were able to internalize and what you were able to understand of how
Sorry for the technical glitch. See, if you have understood this now, from this space, revisit all the ideas, opinions, and cognitions you carry inside of you about Jiva, Jagat and Ishvara. Address it sincerely. Once you do that, you will be able to have a shift in the core cognitions that you carry about you, how you understand you, how you experience yourself, and so on. Now that we have understood about Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara, we are now going to be entering into understanding about the 25 states of consciousness. We are going to be understanding in detail about Jiva. What is Jiva and how you exist in the 25 states of consciousness. Swamiji briefly tells this is the fundamental requirement for you to understand about yourself. You need to have an introduction to the 25 states of consciousness. Hope all of you were able to understand. Now, in this same, with this same understanding, listen carefully. When you enter, when you consciously decide to look in and understand deeper about yourself, the core cognitions that you carry about you, inside of you, when you understand that, all the cognitions that you cherish about Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara will all simply align in tune. You will be able to experience them, you'll be able to experience oneness with all the three. And in that space, you'll absolutely have no conflicts, no chaos, no confusion in any decisions that you take. Hope this is clear to all of you. Now we're going to be entering into the session. And if any of you have any questions, please post it in the chat. All right. So now before we enter into the session, I'd like to share with you all a little bit more deeper about what this will be. So today whole day, it is focused on understanding about introduction about Jiva, yourself, Jagat, the world, and Ishvara, God. And ultimately, when you understand this, Swamiji will say, when you experience, when you understand the Pancha Krityas, how you manifest that God, what is the right introduction to God, all of it you're going to be visiting today. When you understand the right cognitions about yourself, about world and God, all the things that you have in you, the powerlessness, all the lower cognitions you carry about you, all of them you will be liberated from. You'll actually hope all of you are able to hear me now. So now, like I was just sharing, we are going to now be understanding about the Jiva, the 25 states in which the Jiva exists. Let us listen to these revelations now. And if any of you, this is a very elaborate session, so you may have a lot of questions and doubts. Note it down. So at the end of this session, we can go over with what Swamiji has revealed. Let us enter into the session now.
Let me define consciousness. Consciousness is the strength, power of your experience about your first person, the source of your first person. How powerfully you are grounded into the experience of your first person. Who am I? What am I? Why am I? How am I? From when am I? From where am I? To where am I? Everything about your first person, the source of your first person, your experiential cognitions about the source of your first person is what I call consciousness. By focusing your energy, your colors, your manifestations. What are your manifestations? Your emotions, your ability to cognize, your ability to think, means your manaha, chittaha, buddhihi, your intelligence, your manas, your chitta, your buddhi, your body. All these are different manifestations of you. Panchakoshas. Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya. These are your manifestations. If you make all these five focus on the source of your consciousness and raise the frequency of your existence, that is only strength going to come with you, for you, save you during this whole AI revolution. I wanted to reveal some of the sacred secrets, nuances of this 25 states of consciousness, 5 aspects of Sadashiva, 11 dimensions of the universe. Please understand. The moment I utter these big words, you think this is going to be useful for me after my death. Let me accumulate it and keep it like a death insurance. No, please understand. Understanding 25 states of consciousness will directly help you even in your day-to-day dilemma. Should I smoke or not? Should I live with this husband or not? Should I divorce this wife or not? Should I go for this diet or not? Even as simple as these dilemmas. In this situation of my life, given the time, intelligence, money, and future I have, is this decision right? Is this decision going to be the best possibility for me, even in your day-to-day business, career, life, relationships, everything? In every level, the 25 states of consciousness can give you an amazing breakthrough. Understand? All dilemmas and doubts are nothing but
your dream state interfering with your waking state without you calling it or invoking it. Your waking state, Jagrat. Without you calling, dream state comes in attacking you, interfering with your waking state, constantly keeping you in a very low frequency, overlapping or unnecessary interference. Actually, whenever you are in dilemma, confusion, very simple. Just with 30-40 ml of neem juice. No, because of the taste of the neem juice, you may never fall into dilemma and confusion afterwards. That is secondary. Very simple. I give you, it's like an experiment. Try. Because neem juice rudely brings you to the waking state. All dilemma is dreaming state, swapna, entering into you and convincing your waking state that dream state is part of your waking state. So the deluded information, less informed frequency of you, actually, less informed frequency of you is your dream state. Little more informed frequency of you is your waking state. Completely, fully informed, awakened state of you, dimension of you is Turiya state. Not only fully informed, all empowered to manipulate, manifest, play with any of the, where knowledge is power, that state is Turyadita. Understand, this less informed dream state entering into your waking state and convincing your waking state that your dream state is part of your waking state. So it is like a less informed person and more informed person having a debate. How it will be? Even the logic or the frequency from which two ends of your dilemma operates will be different. Understand? For example, you are having a dilemma whether to start this business or not. When you are arguing for starting the business, feel how you feel your inner image. When you are arguing for not going for that business, how you feel your inner image. Or you have a dilemma whether to become a sannyasi or not. See, please understand, when you have this kind of debates, dilemmas, whether to go for divorce, whether to go for having a baby, whether to go for sannyas, whether to go for starting a business, or whether to go for having an affair, whether to go for building a new home. Whenever you have this, just observe one debate, one side of the debate will always be from more alert, higher inner image of you. The other side of the debate will always be from lower inner image of you. The moment you know this, just blindly vote to the fellow who is from the higher inner image. The debates and arguments which are coming from higher inner image, because he is Chakra. He is, the other fellow is Swapna, dream. Understand? For you to sit and have this understanding, you need little neem juice. Neem juice on the tongue. Or a bay leaf on the tongue. Even the bay leaf, if you soak it in honey and chew, it will bring you to Jagrat state. you have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One with the thought currents, without the thought currents. With the thought currents means an active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, you know, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. These two states, how many of you are able to understand? See, now, all of you have the idea, I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist. How many of you understand that? Project that. Listen. With the idea, I exist, and with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rule is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I'm ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnanavarishta bhakti, devotion established on knowledge and understanding, with thoughts, with the idea I exist, I consciousness. That state is called thinking, Jagrat. All of you are able to understand the word wakeful state, Jagrat? If you understand the word Jagrat, wakeful state, raise your hand. Great. I am using the Sanskrit word so that I will not forget, and all of you also will not forget. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like a independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why? Dream state. How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist, but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a 0. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exists nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These 3 all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The 4th word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called turiya. Turiya means 4th in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word turiya means 4th. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the 4th state, turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is Turiya. Now I want you to remember these 4 words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means 4th state, awakened state. There is a 5th word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turiyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the power of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turiyatita. Turiyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. Means you are able to play with your awakening. These are the 5 states. Listen, let me repeat once more. Jakrat, waking state. Swapna, dream state. Sushupti, deep sleep state. Turiya, awakened state. Turiyatita, alive state, where you are awakened to the higher reality and you are able to manifest it as you want. Alive with your awakening. Where when you say, hey, static matter, dynamic activity and strategic existence is one and the same. Move, you are a static matter, I am saying, and it moves. Listen, all these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. All these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. All these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea. Your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand? Both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions. Both have their problems.
Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe a few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand. The line, vertical line is a heart projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Sushupti and Jagrat. Sushupti and Turiya. Sushupti and Turiyatita. Understand that horizontal line is line of logic, mind. What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. The line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will use that. I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 no. That becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. Anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It is good. Sometimes you are not able to see. No, we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. The tantrum throwing child. So better I use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line, and logical, strategizing mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are giant families inside, some of you are apartment complexes inside. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it comes, whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do? Listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face whatever come what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I'm calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no. Does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that is okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state and the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life. That personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through 25 various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep and logic goes through the deep sleep, both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You're going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You're going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Now I am showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit, we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit, it's called vrakti. In English, I'm trying to translate with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming. But the logic with which you need to control you, the reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part. Where, see, this is TC. Means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic. Your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse. It is running. It may jump anytime off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know your tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception
is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? In waking state, but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously, you agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's in a waking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya, tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya, and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I'll call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, the which I marked, seeking awaken but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed, but you know something you need to discover. I'll call that as a seeking but not active. This means you don't plan about how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen and or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes a benchmark. The awakened state becomes a benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, you will say big capital letter no to everything external, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream, but go back to the deep sleep. Again dream and go back to deep sleep. You need to know Maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this Sushupti Swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I'll say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan. As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experienced this? Your logic plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand. You will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. You are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire. You will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief. Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying, this statement? Understand? Next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in Turiya. During this moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC, if he enters into Turiya and your logic is in Sushupti, which I circled now, at that state, if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages because he lived his whole life in Dakshineswar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mongoose. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mongoose or mongoose? How you pronounce? Whatever. The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mongoose. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a duck below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, will carry them. Just like the mongoose, whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere. Because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here, your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, you don't lose it. The tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experience. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got, unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. Belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turiyatita. That's the state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turiyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turiyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, Sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching, your own effort. If both happens, that is what. If both happens, that is what is called Turiyatita, which becomes permanent. You
basic truths. 25 states of consciousness is multi dimensions of you. Listen. All the 25 states are part of you. Nothing is good, nothing is bad. Deep sleep is as much you need. Please listen. Deep sleep is as much needed to you as you need Turyatita. The whole 25 states is your 25 dimension. Only thing, you becoming powerless during the deep sleep or the dream state is the problem. But if you decide to become powerless, you can be powerless anywhere. If you decide to become powerful, you can be powerful anywhere. Fundamentally, this whole 25 state is 25 phases of you, 25 dimensions of you. Nothing is bad, nothing is good. Because many times you become powerless in dream state, it looks like a bad. Not the state is bad, but your habit and pattern of becoming powerless there is bad.
States of consciousness that Swamiji doing is a very, very important and an amazing trick. If you understand how this 25 states of consciousness works, like Swamiji beautifully explained, the tantrum throwing part of you and the inability of your mind to convince that part to get to do what you want to do. This entire aspect that you carry inside of you. If you understand, analyze how this 25 states of consciousness exist, you will have a breakthrough in not just understanding about yourself, even in the way how you deal with you. Can I request each of you to post your clicks on this 25 states of consciousness? Can I please request all the participants to post what each of you have understood about this 25 states of consciousness, because this forms like a foundational understanding, the fundamental understanding of what you are and what you cognize as you. So I request all the participants to please take a moment and post whatever you've understood so far. Yuvin Chung. Yuvin Chung, noted, Aya. I noted a request. And yes, and I hope if you feel it is too fast, feel free to mention it again, and I can reduce it, I can talk slower for you. And Atma Jyotikaya is asking, does this understanding need to be perfected to solve the fundamental problem? Or do I just need to let go of my thoughts? First thing, Atma Jyotikaya, you should start enjoying the right, powerful cognitions about life. Right now, based on my observation over the last few days, you're giving too much of importance to your cognitions and patterns that you carry about you, as opposed to you experiencing, continuously cherishing, consciously cherishing the powerfulness in your inner space. See, listen carefully. There's a difference between the two. constantly cherishing powerlessness, constantly cherishing incompletion, will make you keep brooding over it again and again and again. So don't worry about it. First, start listening to the rich, powerful cognitions. Start understanding I am Paramashiva, whether I know it or not. Swamiji has told me I am consciousness. Therefore, I am consciousness. Start building that in you first. Are you understanding? Forget about your right, your wrong, your good, your bad. Drop all those cognitions. Only focus on building the right, powerful cognitions. Second thing, have a matured conversation with yourself. Means don't talk to yourself from the space of putting yourself down. Don't talk to yourself from powerlessness. Don't talk to yourself from self blame pattern. Look in and converse with yourself. Have a matured conversation. Means speak the right, powerful cognitions to you. Are you understanding? When you repeat these words of Swamiji's in you again and again and again and again, you will start manifesting that breakthrough. Okay? You focus on this and don't worry about what you understand, how you understand. You focus on this, you will start having that breakthrough. Now, I'm going to request all the participants to take a few minutes and I'm going to project the chart. We will be discussing about this further. But first, I request all of you to write down. Please pen down the 25 states of consciousness. Just write this chart down. If you don't understand also, it's fine. Just write it down. So we will be able to discuss on this deeper. If you've all finished writing, please let me know in the chat. You can put a yes in the chat. If you've all finished writing, please put a yes in the chat. Now, each one of you, listen carefully. The various different states of you that you carry, all the different states of consciousness, each of them determine how you experience your reality. For example, I'll walk you all through detailed way now. Please listen carefully. If you feel constantly tired and bored, and that means if your physical body, see, each of this is just which state your body and mind is in. So if your physical body is in the state of tiredness and boredom, and mentally you're very active, right? You feel like very active and you're feeling very alive and awake. That state where you feel extremely sleepy, when your body is in the sleep state, mind is in the awake state. This kind of state leads to things like where you experience, let's say, where you experience states like coma or deep boredom and tiredness. Same way, when your mind is awake and your body is asleep, that is coma. When your body is awake but mind is asleep, that is sleepwalking, the extremes of it. Similarly, even for boredom and tiredness, for example, when your body is experiencing the state of sleep, but your mind is experiencing awake state, that is tiredness. Your mind wants to do something, physically you're tired. But when your body is awake but not wanting to, mind is not active, that state is what is called boredom, where you're feeling bored. If you understand these 25 states of consciousness, you will be able to understand your moods. You will be able to understand what is influencing your decision making in certain states, why you behave the way you behave, how to handle your day-to-day dilemma. Actually, this is the fundamental principle to understand the 25 states of consciousness. And if you understand the 25 states of consciousness, that is the foundation for you to understand your hormonal ups and downs. Many times you feel hopeless, powerless, weak, giving up on life, all of it. And that entire pattern will just be a hormonal up and down in you. But you get so affected, you beat up yourself with that. If you just sit with yourself, if you understand why you respond to life a certain way, why you handle life a certain way, why is life happening to you the way it is happening to you, you will understand the part of you which throws tantrum, which does not align to what you say, which does not listen to what you want. Each of these states of consciousness, the 5 main states, I'll repeat like Swamiji had elaborately explained. The first one is Sushupti. Sushupti is deep sleep, where your mind, your I consciousness doesn't exist and you have no thoughts. And the next is Swapna, where your I consciousness, your thoughts exist, but there's no I consciousness. The third is Jagrat, where you have thoughts and you have I consciousness. Fourth is Turiya, where you have I consciousness and you have no thoughts. The fifth is Turiyatita, where you have no thoughts and no I consciousness. This space, all the five put together, forms the foundation of the 25 states of consciousness. Each of these states of consciousness leads you to experience life in a certain way. Actually, if you all can map what is Jagrat, what is Turiya, what is Swapna, what is Sushupti, what is Turiyatita, if you just sit and map, see, sometimes you may feel like, God, so many words in Sanskrit and how am I going to be able to remember it? But first, understand this. Don't try to by heart or memorize it. It's okay. See, even if you don't understand, Swamiji will give it to you as an experience. That's the best part of it. But first, take a few minutes, sit and write it down. Take a few minutes to understand, write it down within you. So you will cognize, you will understand all the different states in which you exist. Please relax for all of your time. Now, listen, if you just cognize, internalize within you. So if you just cognize and internalize this cognition inside of you, you will have an in-depth, deep, powerful shift over how you experience you, how you understand you, and how you cognize yourself. All you need to do is just have this powerful cognition about yourself, and you will shift. You will have a breakthrough. If you all have finished writing, please can you all confirm in the chat? Don't worry about how much you're able to understand. See, all these things, even if you just intellectually sit and understand, that itself is good enough for you to start having the deeper understandings and having a breakthrough. So focus on understanding these powerful cognitions and these truths, and you'll be able to have a shift within you from that. Now, we're all going to be, once you understand this, the 25 states of consciousness. We are now going to be getting introduced to the 11 dimensions of the universe. We learned about Jiva, which is 25 states of consciousness. Now we are going to be learning about Jagat, the 11 dimensions of the universe. Universe, the whole world as you see it, is made up of 11 different dimensions. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. Science only knows 3, length, breadth, and depth. But actually, what you can experience, what you are, the human brain can fundamentally cognize up to 11 dimensions. Every one of you today are going to be mastering this ability, the ability to cognize 11 dimensions of the cosmos. Atmajyotika is saying, Ma, I didn't understand the 25 states of consciousness. Can you give me an example? Okay. For example, Atmajyotika, there are moments in your life where you go through powerlessness. Sometimes you feel tired. Sometimes you feel sleepy. There are so many different states you experience, right? Sometimes you feel very happy. Sometimes you're so much in love. Sometimes you're feeling very, gratitude in life. When you're feeling like so unclutched. When you manifest powers, you're experiencing so much of completion. When you watch darshan, you have inexplicable bliss. Each of this corresponds to the different states of consciousness that you go through. When you are in Jagrat state, Swapna, Sushupti, this is like a manual. Like, for example, if in a car, okay, if the accelerator is not working, or okay, for example, if there's not enough thrust, right, and if you're not able to shift the gear smoothly, you will know, okay, this is causing this problem. The car is in this state. If the tires are flat, you will know for each of it, there are different conditions. In a phone, for example, if there's a virus or if there's too much of cache data in the phone, or if there's too much of app, the storage is full. Each of it is different states of like existence in the phone. So this 25 states of consciousness is like a map, a manual for you to understand yourself, for you to understand which state you are in. It's only to support you to understand which state you are existing in, what you need to travel, what you need to experience. Are you getting it? See, these Sanskrit words may be too much for you, Atma Jyotikaya, but it's okay. Sit and listen to it so you will understand, you'll become aware. Right now, you may feel, I don't know why I fall into boredom sometimes. Sometimes you feel you're so hating life, you're given up on life. But sometimes you'll feel so motivated, so inspired. You'll feel like I can achieve anything I want. And sometimes you'll feel life is a struggle. Each of these are different states of consciousness that you go through. If you understand what you are experiencing in life, if you are able to map it to the 25 states of consciousness, you will have an in-depth understanding about yourself. Okay? And Yuvan, Aya, are you understanding? What are the clicks you've had so far? Now, we are all going to be entering into understanding 11 dimensions. This is pretty easy. This 11 dimensions, like Swamiji simplifies it so beautifully that you will be able to understand it immediately. So now we're going to be entering into the session because today we're all going to be manifesting the powers related to the 11 dimensions. So let us now understand what are these 11 dimensions of the universe and how you can experience or access them.
Hindu tradition is a powerful knowledge source. Understand? Thousands of years before Mahadeva has spoken about this 11 dimension. Modern day science is still sitting with the 5th dimension. Mahadeva has gone to 11 thousands of years before. And you need to know, in Hinduism, 11 genders, not 3. West talks only about 3. Male, female, and the whole thing, everything they classified into LGBT. In Hinduism, 11. 11 genders. Male biomemory in female muscle memory. Male muscle memory in female biomemory. And same way, there's a clear description of experiences of these 11 dimensions. If 25 states of consciousness knowledge is shared with the world, whole psychology, psychiatry, this department will collapse. About everything. Life, desire, good, bad, purpose of life, right, wrong, about everything. Having powerful cognition, getting matured, having powerful cognitions, getting matured. Because of that powerful cognitions, manifesting powers. Now, giving powerful cognitions to you about the universe is introduction to 11 dimensions of the universe. Listen, the modern day so-called science is able to understand only 4 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time. But the ancient science, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, elaborately describes the 11 dimensions and the beings exist in the 11 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time, and space. These are the 5 unit dimensions, and the permutation combination of that 5, length, breadth with the time space, breadth, depth with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of these 5 basic dimensions forms 11 dimensions of the universe. Let me introduce the first dimension. Dimension means aspect of the universe. See, 25 aspects of you only is the 25 states of consciousness. Now internalize. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 11 aspects of the universe is 11 dimension. 5 aspects of God is Panchakritya. First dimension, it's called length. Listen. Each of this dimension has its own tattva, unit. So understand these basic principles. Length. Length means anything which flows with a systematic certain logic. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4, or if you add this acid and this acid, this is the product comes out. This chemical and this chemical, this is the chemical comes out. Anything repeatedly flows in the same logic is length dimension. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4 or the Ganga moving from Gangotri to Ganga Sagar. It's all logic. Listen carefully. All logic which moves systematically comes under length dimension. If I introduce other 2-3 dimensions, then you will understand. You will be able to grasp the depth of each dimension. Length dimension is a power by itself. If you master the length dimension, anything which works as per the logic will be under your control. You are master of it. Everything which flows in the rhythmic logic is breadth dimension. Listen, rhythmic logic is different and simple logic is different. Simple logic is length. Rhythmic logic is breadth. Breadth does not mean, it does not have a logic, and it does not mean it's a rigid logic. All language
all mathematics, all data analysis, all the statistics, all this comes under length dimension. Rhythmic flow of logic is breath. Means it's not that length is not there, but it is not rigid length. It's not rigid logic. Like dance, music, poetry. Poetry is the breadth dimension of language. Silence is the depth dimension of language. Speaking is the length dimension of language. Mathematics is the writing dimension of length. Painting is the breadth dimension of writing. Yantras are the depth dimension of writing. Listen, now I am giving you a very important understanding. You need to come to these cognitions. That is why the lessons about the 11th dimension. These cognitions are needed. Actually, I am teaching you how to come to powerful cognitions with this 11th dimension. With this 11th dimension, the two important results you need to achieve. Mahadeva says the first result is manifesting powerful cognitions, then manifesting powers. Listen, there's a big difference between these two. Listen carefully. If you read through third eye, it is manifesting powers. If you realize if my third eye is available for me, it is available for me because my third eye is connected to Swamiji's third eye. It means I can connect with his third eye. If I can connect with his third eye, I can connect with anyone's third eye. And using anyone's third eye and starting reading is manifesting powerful cognition. The rhythmic flow of logic length is breath. All the actions and activities of heart and art goes into breath dimension, where there is a logic, but there is a flow, not rigid logic. Listen, all your patterns function from breath dimension, not from length dimension. Like if I sit in cold, tomorrow I'll get fever. Because my father had diabetes, I will also have diabetes. These kind of stupid cognitions. Rhythmic flow of the body language is dance. Rhythmic flow of the verbal language is poetry. Rhythmic flow of the sound is music. Rhythmic flow of the life is peace. But depth of life is bliss. Peace is not bliss. Understand? Powerfulness of the length is relaxation. Powerfulness of the breath is peace. Powerfulness of the depth is bliss. Length is your logic. Breath is your emotions. What is emotion? A logic out of which you functioned many times, now you automatically function based on that logic is emotion. Packed logic is emotion. How many of you are understanding what I'm saying? You know, in this situation, this is the way you have to behave. Because many times this is the way you have done. This way your father has done, your grandfather has done, your grandmother has done. Length repeated again and again, which became your muscle memory, is breath. Breath repeated again and again, which became your biomemory, is depth. Depth is your conclusions. Depth is the cognitions and conclusions you carry about you, life, God, people, everything. I'll repeat. Logic of you and the universe is length dimension. Rhythmic logic of you and the universe is breadth dimension. Cognitions from which the logic and rhythmic logic of you and the universe manifests is depth dimension. Listen. Listen to the fourth statement. Time, kala. Time is the rough word, English word. Let me use the word kala directly. Kala, that's the fourth dimension. No difference between your kala and kala of the universe. Listen carefully. Anything which makes you feel universe's time is different and your time is different is not you. Your length, when its frequency increases, becomes breath. Your breath, when its frequency increases, it becomes your depth. Your depth, when the frequency intensely increases, it becomes your time. In breadth, length is included. In depth, length and breadth is included. In time, length, breadth, depth is included. This fourth dimension is the space where your so-called normal human life faces a breakthrough. Time is a frequency dimension of the universe, aspect of the universe, where you and universe are reverberating in the same frequency. Unit of time of the sun, moon, KAILASA and you is one and the same. Listen, yesterday I said, our 1 year is 1 day for them, but unit is same. Only quantity difference. How many of you are understanding? It's only quantity difference, but not. So in Tattva, principal unit, listen carefully, your logic and logic of the devatas are different. They are not same. Your breath and devatas' breath, not that far away, little closer. Your depth and devatas' depth, little more closer. But in time, your unit of time and their unit of time is one and the same. There is only quantity difference. Tattva, fundamental principle unit is same. How many of you are getting it? Yes. For us 1 year is their 1 day, but our 1 year is 1 day for them. It means what? Unit is same. Your remembrance of you powerfully associated to some subject or not associated to something. For example, you may remember you powerfully by feeling I have a young body. You may remember you powerlessly feeling, oh, I don't have a bank balance. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerfully. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerlessly. How many of you are understanding this? This binary is time. That's all. Catch it. Listen. This binary is time. Kala. Kala, Sanskrit word, means jumping between associated powerfulness and associated powerlessness. Understand. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart, and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Get thoroughly terrorized. Getting mesmerized by the size and shape and getting terrorized by the space is called marriage. A full cycle of marriage is getting thoroughly mesmerized by the size and shape, length, breadth, depth, and getting thoroughly terrorized. I have seen some of the people getting terrorized by the marriage so strongly, they decide forever in any janma, no marriage. A lot of people are deciding that. That is why more and more by birth, the attitude and aptitude moves away from male, female. Length, breadth, depth does not constitute a person. The space constitutes a person. Understand, the space you carry decides who you are.
your polished vocabulary, your sophisticated, poetic body language, your cute romantic behavior, you will not be able to keep all this consistently, even if you are an amazing actor. No. No. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space, the flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. We call it Valimandalam in Tamil. In English, I think it's called atmosphere. Yes. See, it's like atmosphere. Length, breadth, depth, and space, when they collide, the atmosphere created is time. It has no independent existence. If the length, breadth, depth moves away from the space, the time will not have its existence. Listen. if something is a straight logic, it is called length dimension. Almost there is no blind spot. Same way, there is no depth. Listen carefully. Playing your whole life in length dimension is like a ship in the port, shipyard. Safe, but ship is not built for it. Ship is safe in shipyard, in port, but ship is not built for that. You are always safe if your life is based on logic, but you are not built for that. Anybody who feels secured by the logic dimension's abundance is foolishly feeling secured. Please listen. If you are cognizing you are very secured because of the bank balance zeros you have, electronically generated zeros in the bank computer screens by the exploiting ignorant stupid guys, if that is giving you the concept of security, you are stupidly secured. I am not saying that money cannot give you comfort. Yes, it can give you many things which you cannot buy without it, no doubt. But if you cognize that is going to give you a complete security in life, you are fool. It can give you painkiller, it cannot remove pain. Bed is not equivalent to sleep. When you don't have bed, you equate bed to sleep. Only if you have multi-bedroom house, you will understand bed is not equivalent to sleep. Same way, security you feel based on length dimension is the security ship feels in the port. Is that security for the ship? No. Security of the ship is its ability to handle everything of the ocean. Security for you is your ability to handle all the 11 dimensions. If you don't tumble down in the 25 states of consciousness, you are secured. The ultimate security, please listen, in the doing aspect and being aspect. Sushupta sushupti, to turyadita turyadita. If you can handle, that is what is security. With the introduction to the 11th dimension, the intensity of your powerful cognitions will just shoot up. Understand?
the amount of powerful cognitions, all of you need to understand the meaning of the word powerful cognition. For example, if you see somebody dying, are you going to cognize it as powerlessness, shaking, fear? Are you going to cognize the situation with a powerfulness? That is the way the reality is. What next? In every situation, cognizing with powerfulness, whether health, relationships, love. Listen. Knowledge and understanding, even if it is intellectual, knowledge and understanding of this 11 dimension makes many of the suffering caused by others and the sufferings you cause to others redundant. Only a person who understands 11 dimensions of the universe can be non-violent, can be really non-violent. Understanding about this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand, life should be like everything around you should be just vibrating with you. The moment thought comes, an idea comes, a cognition comes, the whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your multiple possibilities. Actually, I am interested in you, not your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can I do for your mission? I tell them first, your consciousness, let you make it to the higher frequency. Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt you to that level. Experience the depth of your consciousness. You should feel you have become too big. Wow. Existence is really nice. The way I exist now feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Depth of personality is bliss. That consciousness you are carrying, that Chit you are carrying, should be constantly manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. I want you to know these dimensions, only then I can take you to the next level of experience. Otherwise, when I give you the experience, you will be overwhelmed. See, with understanding about these dimensions, you yourself will know how the powers are manifesting. And you will start playing with them. You getting comfortable with your consciousness and manifesting powers will start happening once you understand this 11 dimension. Now, see, I have a responsibility. I have to give you this knowledge without giving you suffering. Mahadeva puts that word. There's a clear command. Knowledge has to be given without suffering. Listen, first thing you need to know about the universe because you are living in universe. Ignorance is no way cute and ignorance is not going to save you anywhere. Second, why I am teaching about this fundamental units of the universe, 11 dimensions, because understanding about these 11 dimensions will make you manifest multiple powerful cognitions and powers. I'll repeat. See, manifesting powers of third eye, like reading through your third eye, scanning through your third eye, is power. But understanding the fundamental principle, unit, tattva, why you are able to do? Because you connect your third eye with a third eye which is already awakened, your master's third eye, which initiated you. And that third eye is connected with all the existing third eye. Then the power you manifested through your third eye is not limited to your third eye. You can read through any third eye. That is what is powerful cognition. Understand? So today you are going to manifest powerful cognitions. Only then you will understand how understanding about these multi-dimensions makes you start functioning in multi-dimension level. Understand, my purpose is individual, having a breakthrough in consciousness and feeling you have now become multiple. Like earlier, if you felt you are in your body 100 unit, it should just become million unit. You should feel, wow, million unit, I am in my system now. That's all I am interested. If you have become million from 100, then you will know the whole dimensions of the universe, possibilities of life, powers of the consciousness. Everything starts manifesting. It's all fundamentally integrating you and making you experience superconsciousness. I am interested in you, not any adjectives added to you. I am interested in you manifesting, you radiating. My project plan is only one. You manifesting, you having a breakthrough. I'll do everything for that. Whether I ask you to eat vegetarian food or I ask you to apply the aushadas and take bath, or I ask you to do the yoga on the pole and the rope, it is all centered on one. Now, I'm going to introduce you the 11 dimensions of the universe, all only this purpose. Breaking the barriers you built around you and experientially manifesting, not just theory, word.
So beautifully, Swamiji is revealed to all of us the most important truths about 11 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time, and space. All these 11 dimensions put together makes up your existence, and a human brain can access all these 7 dimensions. You all think, okay, we can only see 3 dimension, even fourth dimension is only a discussion that people are having. So we think it's like each of these only you can access. But understand, your human brain can cognize and access up to 11 dimensions of the cosmos. You can access length, breadth, depth, time, and space. Michael, Nithyanandam, no problem. But can you please start posting your understanding? See, I see you log in every day, and every day you message me about your camera. But you have to you have to start participating. See, ma, wherever you are, distance doesn't matter. How much ever you know, knowledge doesn't matter. Whatever time zone you are, time doesn't matter. The only thing is you just start continuously sharing your understanding and powerful cognitions. Start asking questions, start interacting. You will start having the depth. Actually, all the Chinese participants, Yuvan, Atma Jyotikaya, Sui Ling Tan, and Yan Hui Jing, Gabriel, each of you, without knowing the language, you all sit here through your night. It's sometimes it is late night. I'll actually see the number of times that Atma Jyotikaya or Ma Sweeling Tan or Ma Lin Eating or Yuvanaya, all of you go drink coffee, something, you make yourself fresh and you sit without even knowing the language. You sit here with sincerely listening to the translation and listening to each revelation. That just shows how sincere each of you are. And I just wanted to share with you all. Swamiji tells beautifully, you don't need, see, even if you didn't understand, let's say, even if you feel it's all too much and too many Sanskrit words, you may not be able to catch everything. Swamiji will tell, he does not go based on your qualification. There is no qualification. None of us are qualified. There's no prerequisite or anything. He gives it based on your integrity. Every one of you that are sitting here, day or night. I know for many of you it is midnight, and I see even when you are sleepy, you will go have something, come back and sit with that sincerity. Only that matters. Just that integrity is what Swamiji rewards to. There is nothing else. None of us who is qualified to understand the ultimate truths what Paramashiva is giving or receive these gifts. We're all literally sitting on our couches and Swamiji is giving us enlightenment to us at our fingertips, quite literally, at your fingertips. It is not based on any qualification. There's absolutely no prerequisites. Each of you that are sitting here with sincerity and integrity, it is that integrity that matters. So each of you post and keep posting the cognitions and clicks you're having. Atmajyotikaya, you're not having translation? Is there no translation for you? Ma Swi Ling Tan, Nithyanandam. Why don't you also go ahead and share? Post whatever you're understanding. Yes, Atmajyotikaya, that's correct. You just need to manifest your superpowers, and your main superpower is oneness with Swamiji. All the other powers are only a side effect. Your main superpower is experiencing the truth that you are consciousness, you are Paramashiva. Yes. Ma Iqbal Bano is posted. I have seen my dear Swamiji today and I'm so happy. Inshallah, I will get enlightenment. Absolutely, Ma. You will experience that space that Swamiji has given to you. And see, whatever your understandings are, your cognitions, even your doubts, you're not able to understand certain things, or you're clicking with certain things. Don't worry about it. And sit now and connect deeply to Swamiji. Ma Iqbal Bano, the feeling connection that you have with Swamiji, experiencing Paramashiva, that is your strength. You just sit here and whenever you don't understand something or whenever you're feeling sleepy, you just tell Swamiji, can you please make sure I'm not sleepy? Swamiji, can you please make sure that somehow I'm understanding this, I'm experiencing this? That's all. Swamiji will take care. Actually, my Iqbal, if you're able to arrange, if you can get an Atmamurti, keep Swamiji next to you. You should virtually living with Swamiji. With Atmamurti, you are literally living with Swamiji. So start practicing the presence. It'll really give a beautiful shift to you. Because every day I notice you will join correctly. You say, Ma, I just want to see Swamiji today. Correctly, you will receive the darshan. You just enjoy manifest powers. So that's what you enjoy, right? So you should just sit, connect with Atmamurti and sit and listen. And that's all. Swamiji will reward you, shower you with all the experiences. Okay. Now, listen carefully. This 11 dimensions. The first one is the length dimension. Length is logic dimension of the cosmos. All the decisions you take based on logic, something is good, something is bad, something is right, something is wrong. All these logic based decisions are from length dimension. The next is breadth. Breadth is your creativity dimension. For example, when you're drawing, painting, when you're doing something creative, like maybe writing a poem, or you're reading a book, or you're expressing your creativity, maybe dancing, maybe singing, all of that comes from your breadth dimension. Your breadth is your creativity dimension. The third is your depth dimension. The depth dimension of you is the dimension of you where you experience your core cognitions, the core beliefs about you that you carry. So the length, breadth, depth, all the three, these put together forms your fundamental principles of existence. And now time added to this, the perception of past, present, future that you carry. But time itself is not limited to these three, but we interact with only these three based on our understanding. And the space in which all these four vibrate and exist is the space dimension. This is the fifth dimension. Now, the permutation combination of all of these 5 dimensions put together is the 11 dimensions of the cosmos. Your brain is fundamentally hardwired to cognize, to grasp up to these 11 dimensions of the cosmos. What you need to do is you need to experience, you need to build yourself, understand the principles. What are these 11 dimensions? And you need to analyze how much of your life is length based, how much of your life is breadth based, how much of your life is depth based. If you start understanding each of this, you will start cognizing, you will start understanding all the amazing principles that Swamiji is manifesting. And you will start manifesting the powers related to length, breadth, and depth. Okay, Atma Jyotikaya, no problem. Even if you feel like you want to learn, you want me to repeat something again, you can feel free to ask. This is for all the participants, right? If you all feel like you didn't catch something and you want me to repeat it clearly once again, or even the translator, if you feel it's a little fast, you're not able to finish translating, please feel free to post it in the chat, and I'll ensure that I'm able to repeat it and all of you are able to understand. All right. So now, Gabriel Harris. Gabriel, are you able to hear Ma? Ma Gabriel. Can you post what you understood from this session? The 11 dimensions. What did you understand from that? Ma Shukra Indrananda. Welcome, Nithyanandam. Wonderful to have you here. Nithyanandam, how are you doing? Ma Shukra Indrananda. Yes, Gabriel. Okay, could you please post your understanding also? I see you're here and I see you're intensely listening as well. Could you please post your understanding, the 11 dimensions? Because today what we are learning are some of the most core or the subtle principles that we need to understand. Because this will help you understand some of the foundations about yourself, about the world around you. So if you all can actively share, and even if you have any questions and if you can ask, and if you have it as a discussion, all of us will collectively be able to understand it deeper. Okay, now I'm going to request all of you to analyze what is this length, breadth, depth based thinking. Is your life predominantly based on your length dimension? Or is it the breadth dimension where you experience creativity? Length means logic, like you're always stuck only with the logic. Breadth means creation, like all the creativity aspect of it. For example, anything that you're doing that adds your emotion to the logic, that is breadth. Depth is your core cognitions about you. There is no such thing as some state is right, some state is wrong. But depth in your personality brings joy. Logic minded people, length based people are too logical. So they're going to miss the juice, the essence of life. Breadth added to length may give you emotion. It will give you the emotion, but it will not be able to give you the depth in your experience. It can give you experience, but not the depth in your experience. That is why Swamiji says, depth in personality brings joy. When you add depth to yourself, who you are, building the understandings about you, you will be able to shift, have the right, powerful cognitions about you. Let us all do an activity now. I'm going to request all of you to write down what all are the different activities you do in a day. Can you all write down? Take a paper and write down. Like for example, morning you wake up, you go to gym, you do the Nithyananda yoga. Then after that you come back and you have your, you refresh, shower, all of that, and you do the puja. Then you go back and you have your breakfast. Then you can say, I go to my office or I go to the job. Or you can say, I log into Paramashivoham program. Then you listen to the satsangs, you do the powerful cognitions, you manifest powers. Or maybe you're working, reviewing some files. Write down all the different activities you do in a day. Then later you read some book, you do some recreational activity. All the activities that you do in a day, pen that down. Take a few minutes, please write it down. Please write down. Just take a few minutes, write it down. Because we're going to analyze based on this the length, breadth, depth. We are going to analyze all the different aspects of your life. What is filling you? What you're filled with. So please take a few minutes and pen this down. Write down all the different activities, every aspect, from morning till night. Or even if like weekly once you do some activities, you go to maybe a karate class or you go to a swimming class, whatever you do, just write down all the different activities that you do. And you listen to satsang. So all of these write it down. I'll give you all 2 minutes for this, so you all can quickly write. And right after you go through that, I'll walk you all through the next step. Have all of you finished writing your schedule? If you've all finished writing your schedule, please confirm in the chat. Okay. Have all of you finished, Nithyanandam? Okay. Okay. Now listen, I'm going to tell you all what exactly to do. This is only an activity to reflect. Okay. This activity will help you understand, is your day length based, means filled with only logic, or is your day breadth based, which is very creative, or is your day depth based, manifesting and empowering the core of you? We are going to be understanding this now. Okay. So if you are comfortable, you all can post some activities that you do even in the chat. So I'll be able to help you with that. And Gabriel and my Iqbal, can I request both of you also to please post? Ma Alice Wong, Nithyanandam, Ma Alice Wong, are you also listening? Are you there? See, in a day, if I get 15 questions per session, that means my Alice Wong is listening. Because I've seen you, whenever you listen, every session, you'll post your clicks, you'll post your understanding, you'll ask so many questions, and that's beautiful. So you should keep participating and keep typing out your clicks also, okay? All right. So my Dennis has posted. Now, see, analyze your schedule, okay? Read it and see how much of your, like next to each activity, for example, doing yoga, it is depth. Doing yoga is depth activity. It increases your depth. Puja, depth-based activity. Let's say you're doing some creative stuff like website designing, or maybe you're learning something on AI, you're doing some research. That is breadth-based activity. Let's say you're doing your regular reviews of docs and you're doing some content and all of that. That is all length-based activity. Now, can you all classify all the different activities that you have into length-based, breadth-based, and depth-based? Can all of you write? Mark next to each one. Okay, Atma Jyotikarya. For example, in yours, you have posted doing yoga, watching Swamiji's darshan, attending book clubs, training in Kriya. So now, for example, doing yoga is you're adding to your depth. Yoga is directly working on your depth. Same way, naturally, needless to say, darshan directly works on your consciousness itself. So darshan also once again works on your depth, powerful cognition. Same way, attending book clubs is breadth. Okay, when you read, you add to your emotion, you expand more. That is breadth based. And meditation and kriyas are once again depth based. Actually, yeah, beautiful. Your day is more filled with depth. All the activities that you're doing, it is filled with depth. Actually, each of you can analyze and see how much percentage of your day is filled with depth, breadth, and length. Time is, okay, Atma Jyotikaya, actually, all of us interact with the time dimension in some way or the other. So time is your existence. But the thing is, how you relate with that time changes. We are going to be learning about time elaborately in another day, but I'll just give you a summary now. Time is a dimension which all of us, you, me, everyone here, and even Swamiji, all of us exist in time. But even in the time bound dimension, Swamiji is not bound by the time. See, for all of us, time is what? We cognize past, we cognize present, we cognize future. For us, future is unknown. Past is something that we know. Present is we have no control over it. This is what we think. We only limit ourselves to these three dimensions. So our interaction with time is very limited. For Swamiji, on the other hand, time is simultaneous, spontaneous. That is why he is Kalabhairava. He is Lord of Time. Because Swamiji is not bound by time. So time is a dimension you interact with. So it is not one particular activity. All your activities are interacting with time, right? And space is the dimension in which all of this exists. Even in your length, breadth, depth, all of it, there is a space inside of you. So that is a space dimension. Making sense? Now, Atmajyotikaya, next to each activity, write down which are all length-based activity, which are all breadth-based activity, which are all depth-based activity. Write down for each. Same way, Dennis. Dennis, your day is filled with maximum breadth and depth based on what you have posted. But let's say, for example, cooking, cleaning, shopping, all of that will be in length dimension. Okay, so just classify, and this is only for you to understand, just for you to see how much of it. My Iqbal Banu, okay, so that means it's length based. See, you have put breakfast and going to office from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Then, yeah, okay. So then you're having some rest, and then you come back for the sessions and darshan, etc. So then add in your next to your schedule, write down going to office, length dimension. Having breakfast is again length dimension. Reading book is breadth dimension. Attending darshan is depth dimension. So keep marking next to each of it what is length, what is breadth, and what is depth. Okay, can all of you mark now? Take a few minutes. Mark against each one. Let's take 2-3 minutes. Please mark against each one, which is length based, breadth based, depth based. Please relax. Have all of you finished? Okay. Now, let us all enter into manifesting this sign. See, focus on adding the depth in you. When you focus on adding depth, that depth in you will bring joy in your personality. Okay, now can I request all of you to settle down? We're going to now enter into a very quick power manifestation session. Today, all of you are going to be manifesting the powers of length, breadth, and depth. So today, what we're going to be learning about is now, unconsciously you're accessing the length, unconsciously you're accessing your breadth, unconsciously you're accessing your depth. With this power manifestation initiation, you will have the power over your length dimension. You will have the power over your breadth dimension. You will have the power over your depth dimension. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be projecting different places to all of you. Okay. And I'll first introduce what this power is. The powers of length, breadth, and depth is nothing but having mastery over each of these dimensions. Your ability to access any of these dimensions by your conscious will is the power of length, breadth, and depth dimension. Making sense? Are all of you understanding? Actually, there was a very detailed scientific study that was conducted, and this scientific study peered into human brain, and they were able to so basically the scientists identified that the human brain can perceive and conceive the world as a 11-dimensional multiverse. What science Swamiji had revealed, like what is revealed in Hinduism thousands of years ago. It was only just a few years back that scientists even found it and understood about it. So there's using a study, very detailed study called algebraic topology. They use a method called algebraic topology to identify what happens in a human brain, how a human brain constructs. So we all know 1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3 dimension. So we only know that in maximum 4th dimension, and we're trying to kind of enter into understanding what is 5th dimension. But what Hinduism talks about are 11 dimensions of the cosmos. And we have the ability to construct and access those 11 dimensions. Swamiji is giving this science as a gift to all of us. Your brain can see, perceive, cognize, and understand 11 dimensions of the cosmos. This is what Paramashiva calls a person who can access the 11 dimensions. He is called a Jeevatman Gana, means a person who's having an ability to access mastery over the length, breadth, and depth dimension. So this Shastra Pramana is given in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Very beautifully Paramashiva reveals. And I'm going to be chanting the Pramana for all of you. Tanmasamatramabhyasam yah karoti dine dine sarva papa vinirmukto roganna sayate hi saha samvatsara kritadhyasam bhairavo bhavati dhruvam animadi guna labdva jita bhuta gana swayam. A being who's established in that space of oneness, the Lord of completion, time and space, he obtains and expresses the power of anima, which are the 8 major powers. And he, by his own self, conquers all the elements in length, breadth, and depth. He becomes a Jita Bhuta Gana. This is the exact power all of us are going to be manifesting. So understand now what power we are going to be doing is your ability to access. Okay, Malice, you're asking. Wait, I'll just read. Okay, there are so many questions I'm just seeing. My Iqbal Bano is asking, physical events is length based, sitting with session is breadth, Maji, is that right? And what is the depth basis, Ma? I'll explain. Ma Alice and Ma Iqbal Bano. For both of you, I'm repeating. Listen carefully. Ma Iqbal Bano and Alice Wong. See, length is logic. For example, 2 plus 2 is 4. Simple logic. That is length. All the things, mathematics, softwares, everything is built only in logic dimension. Breadth is when emotion is infused into logic. For example, any creativity that you do, all creative things. For example, art, music, dance, poetry, pottery, interacting with nature, all of this is breadth based, which makes your emotion flow. See, flowing length becomes breadth. Basically, when your logic is flowing, it becomes emotion, creativity, breadth. Depth is working on your core cognitions about you. That is depth. That is why sometimes when you're not having, that's why people feel, a person is very shallow in the way they talk when they don't have depth. Because depth is your ability to connect to yourself, your ability to access what you think as you. See, Michael, you sitting in front of the computer full day and working on the laptop, seeing just reviewing docs or doing some basic things, all of that is length because you don't need your emotion in that, right? When you're reviewing a doc or when you're going through files, you're not involved emotionally into it. It's just your length dimension, correct? But when you are reading book or when you are, let's say, drawing, you are experiencing your breath, your emotion is flowing into it. Same way, when you're listening to satsang,
Nithyanandam, we welcome each and every single participants and all the viewers who's joining us live today for the Jayanti celebrations. Nithyanandam, Ma Bhavadevi, welcome Ma Tanya, Kiksing Mangaya, Ma Yvonne, yes, Nithyanandam, Ma Kylie Wong, Margarita. I see so many of the participants logged in. Nithyanandam to each and every one of you and welcome all of you for the Jayanti celebration. throughout the next few days, all of us will be having the Paramashiva Bhakti series where all of us will be learning how we can connect, how we can just experience the pure Bhakti, the highest phase of Bhakti with Paramashiva himself, with Swamiji himself. And it's so nice to see each and every one of you here and all the viewers watching us tuned in from YouTube. We welcome each and every one of you. Now, what is Bhakti? As yesterday, right, Swamiji graced each and every one of us, and Swamiji was saying that for the next 21 days, let us all soak ourselves into Paramashiva Bhakti. As the next 21 days, Swamiji is going to be revealing the deeper secrets of Paramashiva Bhakti, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. The best way to receive whatever Swamiji is giving for each and every one of us is Bhakti. What is Bhakti? Can I request all participants to post? What did each and every one of you understand by this? Ma Yvonne, yes, Nithyanandam, Ma Ling Ling Do. Nithyanandam to you, Ma Kylie Wong, yes, Kik Singh Wangaya, Ma Tanya, Ma Vamadevi. See, actually, if each of you can post, what each of you understand about Bhakti? What is it? And how do you experience Bhakti, the devotion? Yes, Nithyananda, Ma Saroj Joflush, are you able to hear us? Was this better? Okay, that's good. Okay, can I request all participants to post? What do each and every one of you understand as devotion? Okay, come on, Ma Yvonne. Okay, devotion is like one of the way we can connect to Swamiji. Okay. Yes, Ma Marva. Yes, Nithyanandam to you. You can. I request you to the post, Ma. Fixing Venkaya, Matanya. See, actually, beautifully in the Narada Bhakti Sutras, there's actually a very beautiful sutra written by Narada, who is the celestial, the sage, Narada Muni. And he's a very, like many of us may have heard about him, he's a very staunch devotee of Bhagavan Vishnu. And he has beautifully written in the different ways. He has given us 16 ways how we can actually experience, manifest, and nurture the bhakti within us. The devotion, build the bhakti, the devotion in us. And the first one is the Shravanam. Like just listening to the divine stories. How many of you just like when you listen to the stories of Swamiji, when you listen to the different leelas of Paramashiva, you just get soaked into it. You cannot stop listening to it. Whether it is the story of Swamiji feeding Ganesha, like the all the different leelas where Swamiji has fed Ganesha, Swamiji picked up a Rudraksha, or all the experiences Swamiji experienced with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Just listening to it, immersing yourself in it, just makes you experience that pure devotion. Actually, the this one of the techniques, Shravanam, which Narada reveals in the Narada Bhakti Sutras. If you just see in Swamiji's life, when Swamiji was feeding Ganesha, how many of you know the story of Swamiji feeding Ganesha? Yes. At a very young age, Swamiji fed Ganesha, right? And if just the backstory behind this, like how Swamiji, what made Swamiji decide, yes,
I want to feed Ganesha. Was one day when Swamiji went to the temple, to the Arunachaleshwara temple, Swamiji actually listened. Shravanam is listening to the divine stories. So Swamiji actually listened to the story of Nambiyanda Nambi, a small boy who just with his pure devotion was able to feed Ganesha. And after listening to the story, the truths of the story, just remembering or reading, hearing, listening to the story of an enlightened being, like just listening to that divine glory makes you experience it. So after listening to the story of Nambi and Nambi, Swami decided, now I have to feed Ganesha. Come on, let me feed Ganesha. And then he goes to his Ganesha deity. Swami goes to his Ganesha deity, he picks it up and he takes some food. And he decides, okay, now let me feed Ganesha. And he starts feeding Ganesha. He starts requesting Ganesha, please eat. One day goes, 2 days. Ganesha still doesn't eat. Swamiji tries so many techniques, whatever all like the adults, like his family, his relative told him, like what they do usually to kids. You know, if you don't eat, I'll put you in the well. If you don't eat, I will not give this. Swamiji tried all techniques. Swamiji actually even put Ganesha into a well. How many of you know that? Swamiji tried multiple techniques. See, actually, there is a beautiful journey in this story. Kutarka, like the there's actually beautiful like understanding that we can get from the story. But just after listening to this story, having the Shravanam, Swamiji says, yes, let me also feed Ganesha. The same way, just by listening, immersing yourself in the Avatara Leela, the Leelas of Paramashiva, the Leelas of Swamiji, makes you experience the devotion, the bhakti.
Actually, all of us want to experience this devotion, right? This, as Swamiji says, devotion is the highest emotion. Apart from all the emotions we experience, we feel, devotion is the highest emotion. Very beautifully, there's a scripture called Narada Bhakti Sutras. In this, Devarishi Narada gives 16 techniques, 16 methodologies for you to connect to the divine, for you to experience devotion to the divine. So the first is Shravanam, where listening to the stories, listening to divine plays of the divine, of the incarnation, you experience the same state too. Second is Kirtanam, singing his glory, going on singing about his glory, going on doing kirtans. That will help you to put you into that state.
Then the next is the Smaranam, just by the remembrance, experiencing the state of devotion, just by remembering. It could be an experience or like the whatever you experience with Swamiji, whatever you experience with Guru, with Paramashiva, just by the remembrance of that, you entering into that space of devotion. That yes, I am yours. Like you are, I am devoted to you. I completely surrender to you.
Next is Pada Sevanam. Understand? The feet of Guru. The feet of the divine is so auspicious that literally through the form, through the padakas, right? Through the feet, just through worshipping the feet of the Guru, it is equivalent to you worshipping the Guru itself, as the feet represents the Guru. So when you're doing Pada Sevanam, meaning when you're doing the Pada Puja, when you're doing Seva to the feet of the Master, through that state also you can experience devotion.
And the next is the Archanam, the worshipping of the Guru, which is one of the most, like one of the best ways that you can experience devotion. Narada has given 16, Devarishi Narada has given 16 ways, and each of the ways has its own unique qualities. Just by the doing the Archanam, like offering worship to the Guru, to Swamiji, you manifest the different qualities of Paramashiva, the different qualities of Swamiji in you. whether it is the quality of being the ultimate, doing the ultimate sacrifice, Tyagaraja, or being the most compassionate mother, or the most ferocious form of to break all the patterns. Any form, any quality of Paramashiva you can manifest by doing the Archana, the worshipping of the Guru.
And the next is Vandanam, just by offering salutations to Guru. Just by surrendering yourself to doing the Vandanam, meaning invoking the grace and blessings of the Guru, you do achieve. Invoking the grace and blessings of the divine, you experience that same thing happening in you.
And the next is the Dasyam, being like a servant to the being like a servant to the Guru, to Paramashiva. You can see how Bhagavan Hanuman was for Bhagavan Rama. Just like that, just being a servant for the divine. That way, you manifest, you are continuously remembering, serving the divine. And that is one way you can manifest the bhakti, the ultimate space of devotion in you. And the next is the Sakyam, befriending the divine. Just having that pure friendliness. You can have it like Arjuna and Krishna, Arjuna and Bhagavan Krishna, or Sudama and Bhagavan Krishna. Just befriending the Guru, befriending Paramashiva, experiencing that bhakti of friendliness with the divine is the Sakyam.
The next is Atma Nivedanam, meaning surrendering of the self to the divine. When you surrender your identity, when you surrender your ego, that I identity in you, offering that at Guru's feet, offering that at the divine's feet, you experience devotion. As in devotion, it's only one. It's oneness, not one. Understand, in devotion, it is oneness. You and the divine are one and the same. Therefore, you don't carry that identity, that separateness which is there in you.
The next is the Nama Smarana. Just remembering the Guru's name, Swamiji's name continuously, whether it is with the Mahavakya, whether it is in any way. Like Swamiji shares, right? Whatever he does, always thinking, does my Guru do this? How does my Guru react? That is one way. And always just chanting the Guru's name. Just doing that puts you into that space of devotion.
The next is Sankirtanam, meaning singing, where as a group, right, together, collectively, remembering the Guru and singing the praises of Guru, just through the powerful place, that space itself, you can experience devotion in your life.
Then we have the few other ones is the Vatsalyam, just experiencing the motherliness towards the divine, experiencing the divine like a mother. That is the Vatsalyam. Then the Nishta, just pure surrender, pure devotion to the Master, to the Guru, to Paramashiva, to Swamiji. By doing that, you can experience devotion, you can experience bhakti, the Paramashiva bhakti that Swamiji is blessing us all with. Through these 16 ways, whether it is through the remembrance, whether it is through chanting the name, whether it is through offering worship to the padas, to the feet, or whether it is just being in that space, that the remembrance, the smaranam, or the shravanam, listening to his glory, in whichever way of these 16 ways, you can experience the bhakti. And experiencing bhakti is the ultimate ecstasy. that you can have. Let us now listen to what Swamiji says about how you can experience bhakti.
Listen. Today's message from KAILASA. Understand? Devotion is the highest possibility and power of human being to get back to his original state of Paramashiva. Understand? His original state and his present state, the bridge, the connection is devotion. Because of the devotion to Paramashiva, he becomes Paramashiva. All beings. Understand? To whatever you are devoted, you become that. In Vedanta and Siddhanta, we have a beautiful Nyaya, multidimensional logic. Pramarakita Nyaya, we call it Pramarakita Nyaya. I'll tell in Tamil and then translate. Kulavi புழு கொணர்ந்து கூடு சமைத்து தன் குத்தலாலும் உயிர் கூறலாலும் புழுவை குளவியாக்குவது போலே. This is Pramaragita Nyaya. A bee brings worm, keeps a small home built for it, and by infusing its energy, biomemory, an intense sound makes the worm into the bee himself. Listen. Devotion is the intense power, possibility, levitates you to Kailasa. Listen. To whatever you are devoted, you reach that space. If you are devoted to your doubts, your convolutions, your perversions, your anger, your powerlessness, you reach that space. If you are devoted to the ultimate possibility, Paramashiva, you reach that space. Understand? It is too easy to break somebody's trust and possibility. I tell you, just one heavy meal, undigested poop in the stomach is enough to break your trust. That doesn't need much. To build your trust takes life. Devotion, feeling connection is something extraordinary. The great power of the being. Understand? Your devotion to Paramashiva literally becomes a power protecting you and manifesting Paramashiva in you. Listen. It is too easy to give your own reasons for my happening. You can create your own ideas of how I am happening, and you can even add your own facts and figures for my happening, and you can give your own reasons for my happening. Listen. Listen carefully. When I enter into your dream to wake you up, your dream cognizes me. You can never cognize real me. The delusion you are in, based on that you cognize me. Understand? Whenever Guru appears, the right way to relate with Guru is devotion, because any cognition will be lower. Good or bad, your cognitions are lower than the existence of the Guru. He is there to wake you up and raise you to the higher state. Devotion, if you just keep the bhakti alive, if you protect your bhakti, bhakti will protect you forever from everything. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. Protect your bhakti, bhakti will protect you from everything. That's all I have done in my life. I have protected my bhakti to Paramashiva, and he is protecting me forever from everything. I have protected my bhakti to Paramashiva, and he is protecting me forever from everything. Understand? Nothing to be worried. Don't bother about anything. Just intensely keep your devotion alive. Devotion is a method to manifest powers 24 hours. 24 hours. Devotion is the way to manifest powers 24 hours. I have seen that. I have seen that happening. Devotion is the way to manifest powers 24 hours. Beautifully, Gita says, 4th chapter, 9th sloka, Janma karma chame divyam evam yo vetti tatvataha tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mamedi sorjunaha. O Arjuna, the one who knows the divinity of my happening and divinity of my actions in its true nature will not take one more birth after leaving the body, and will get into me the supreme consciousness. Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschit yadadi siddhaye yadadam abhisiddhanam kaschimmam vetti tatvataha. The 7th chapter, 3rd sloka, Bhagavad Gita. Among thousands of men, rare one endeavors for perfection, even of the perfected ones who are diligent. One perchance recognizes who I am. Recognizing the identity of an incarnation the fulfillment, completion of life. That's it. Bhaktya mamabhijanati yavan yaschasmi tatvatah tato mam tatvato jnatva vishate tadanantaram. Bhagavad Gita's 18th chapter, 55th sloka. By devotion, he knows me in reality, what and who I am. Then, having known me in reality, he forthwith enters into the Supreme. I am not here to teach you. I am here to initiate you. My initiation will teach you. Every day I come to Satsang not to teach you, but to initiate you, to give you the Shakti Pada. Actually, to give you my smile, to love you. My love, my initiation will teach you. Your bhakti is your internet connection. My love for you is my internet connection. My uplink connection is my love for you. Your download connection is your bhakti for me. The connection actually happening is Shaktipada, initiation. I am here just to love you. My love will teach you. I am here just to initiate you. My initiation will teach you. I am not here to teach you. I am here to love you. Every morning I am here just to say, I love you guys. How are you? Doing well? Why you did not shave? Why there is no vibhuti in the face? Why did you put the round kumkum? Why can't you put the Trinetra Tilak? I am here just for that. That's all is my whole satsang. That's all is my whole satsang. Listen. Greatest that can happen to human being is this conscious reality becoming the existence, part of your existence. Listen. This conscious reality can be part of your existence if you have a direct feeling connection, Guru Bhakti. It can just like a jumping of the flame, transmission of the lamp. Hey, Paramashiva is real. Over. You just know. Swamiji said it. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva is real. And based on that, your whole cognitive shift happens. Your existence shifts. From that reality, you cognize, exist, act, manifest, gravitate, do everything. I tell you, Ramakrishna says beautifully, just by, see, the first teaching of Ramakrishna. If you have read his Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna book, the first word of Ramakrishna and last word of Ramakrishna is one and the same. He says, by remembering your Ishta or Guru, means your God or Guru, if the tears roll in your eyes, this is last Janma for you. This is the first word and last word of Ramakrishna. And nobody gave you glycerin. Nobody asked you to remember your mother-in-law. Nobody asked you to remember the pains of your life. And the instruction was not remember all the pains and incompletions of your life. No. It means the energy in which you are sailing, you might have started with imagination, but it has hit to the space of which is more real than real for you. Now, with all integrity, you can say, I know I am Mahadeva more than how much this world is real. How much this mic is real. How much the person who is sitting next to me is real. How much this throne is real. How much the person who is sitting in this throne is real. How much these deities are real for you. That much that Shivoham is real. Understand? Now the next thing will happen is, even that Shivoham will become more deeper real than this. So at that time, it will not just be tears, this whole area will become so sweet. This area, as if just the honey was just poured into your mouth and your mouth is locked. The honey is just sitting. Then you will see that Shivoham has become more real than anything you perceive. From Shivoham, when you start perceiving everything, it's enlightenment. Feeling the whole world is inside you is what we call in the Shastras embodiment of being Devi. The mother, Jagat Janani, who is the mother of the whole universe. When you see a living master, suddenly the click happens. Oh God, what I was fantasizing and visualizing and enjoying the remembrance is walking on the ground with the human body. What I read in the Puranas, Bhagavata and scriptures and enjoying by remembering is walking, is living in the human body on the planet Earth. That click, when it happens, your bhakti will become Guru Bhakti. Understand? Deva Bhakti will become Guru Bhakti. The connection, suddenly you will see exactly the same divine, same God, same energy walking in the planet Earth in front of you in the human body. That is why when a living master happens, if you are already devoted to Shiva, you will see Shiva in him. If you are devoted to Krishna, you will see Krishna in him. If you are devoted to Devi, you will see Devi in him. If you are devoted to any other master who left the body, you will see that same master in him. He is a fulfillment of all your visualizations and expectations and beyond. That is why you will see all those dimensions in him. All those dimensions expressing in the human body. Deva Bhakti will become Guru Bhakti. This is the 6th standard. Blessed are those who experience the state of Deva Bhakti transforming into Guru Bhakti. Maitriyadishu Balani Sutra, just 2 words. Swami Vivekananda translates the sutras, by practicing samyama on friendship, mercy, etc., the yogi excels in respective qualities. By making, Swami Prabhavananda translates as, by making samyama on friendliness, compassion, etc., one develops the powers of these qualities. Swami Satchidananda translates as, by samyama on friendliness and other such qualities, the power to transmit them is obtained. Love. Vast, huge ocean. The subject, which will taste different from different banks or beaches. It's like an ocean, tastes in different, looks different in different places, feels different in different beaches. This emotion also, you can't even use the word emotion. There is a question here. Is love just another emotion? It is not emotion, it is en motion. It is the energy which makes motion happen in you towards enlightenment, from enlightenment towards enlightenment. When the glimpse of enlightenment starts in you and motions you towards enlightenment, the ultimate enlightenment, between that period, what you experience is called love. Sweet experiences of love constantly reminds you when you open up. I'm not talking about only romantic love, which is towards one person. I am talking about the love suddenly opens up in you towards whole and your very self. Rarely you will fall in love with yourself. The yellow journalist who is sitting inside you, constantly writing articles and editorials about you, is damned for love. The fear he creates about love is not protection for you, it is destruction for you. Dam is not a protection for river, it is a destruction for river. Only embankment is a protection for river. Love is embankment. Logic is dam. Do samyama on love. That is what Patanjali says. Means sit and meditate on the intense, beautiful inner space you go through when you are in love with you and with the whole. Understand? Here, Patanjali is not saying contemplate on the love which was directed towards one person. No. When at some time you just feel so good about being you, being who you are, but it happens very rarely. That's a big problem. If you are feeling deeply good at, wow, I am really worthy. I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see then everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. The whole. When the love is experienced towards you by you, you will suddenly experience that towards the whole. So meditate on that love. Surely every one of you would have experienced that kind of moments at least few times in your life. When you feel love towards you and the love towards the whole, everything, you feel like blessing everybody and everything. Do samyama on that inner space. Not just the love directed towards one person. That may have its own investments, vested interest and all that. That is okay, nothing wrong. But that is not supposed to be the ultimate, or Patanjali does not expect you to do samyama on that. Do samyama on the love experience which you had towards you, towards the whole. You will just excel, radiate those qualities. Not only that, you will be able to transmit those qualities by your very presence. Please understand. If you are able to live without food one day, it's a power to control, controlling power. If you are able to live without food forever, it is not ability to control, it's a mystical power. Same way, if you are able to show love little bit once in a while, it is a social emotion. But ever loving, radiating love is mystical power. Understand, love, ability to love is a mystical power. Ability to love will happen in you only when you are able to be in the space of completion. Ability to be in the space of completion only if you can complete and establish yourself in the space of completion. The ability to love becomes a reality in you. Please listen. Most of the time, you think the external world is responsible for your incompletion. Yesterday, one of my ashramites was asking me, when everyone is doing so many mistakes, never become responsible, how can I be complete? Such a foolish question. Others, the external world is not responsible for our incompletion. First thing you need to know. Second, not even partly responsible. See, many of us agree the external world is not completely responsible for my incompletion, but that is also partly cooperating with for my incompletion. No, which is not true. External world fully or partly or even a little bit not responsible for your incompletions. Understand? I am making a cosmic penal code statement. CPC. External world is neither fully nor partially or even little bit responsible for any of our incompletions. Please understand, incompletion by its very nature starts sprouting, growing, establishing itself only in your inner space. Its roots never comes to the external world. Please understand. Sometimes we think, no, the incompletion has grown in the inner world only, but its roots are now established in the outer world. No. All the layers and layers and layers of incompletions you carry. See, when I say layers and layers and layers of incompletions, let me define and explain. First, you will feel I have so many incompletions, I am completing with it. Then, no, how many times you complete, you are not going to complete, these incompletions are going to come back to you. That's one more incompletion. No. How much ever I try, I may complete even with this, but tomorrow again I will forget I completed and I will remember only my incompletions. What will happen to that? That next layer. Like this, layers and layers and layers of incompletions you carry, listen. All layers are rooted only in your inner space. Even the branch or the hanging root of your incompletions don't come to the external world. First thing you need to know, your incompletions are always established in your inner space. This means many times others forgive you and forget you because you are not that big guy. But you can't forgive you because for you, you are a big guy. Understand? For others, you are not a big guy. Because you are not a big guy, they don't care about you. Many times they just forget the incompletions related to you. Many times they don't care. But you don't forgive you. You don't forgive you. Because you are too big for you. You are too big for you. All the time you are thinking only about you. All the time you are centered only about you. When you wake up, you only remember you. Till you go to bed, you only remember you. Because of the constant remembrance of you, you remember even small incompletions deeply, very deeply. Understand? Even the smallest incompletions you carry in you, you remember it very deeply. The ability to forgive yourself is the first quality to start loving. Please understand. Only if you can forgive yourself, if you can complete with yourself, love starts. Only then love starts expressing itself. Love starts happening in you. Love can happen only when you are in the space of completion. Listen. The ability to forgive yourself, ability to love yourself, ability to live with yourself, ability to be with yourself. It's actually a power. Whatever I am describing, please understand it is not a quality, it is a power. Once in a while, showing love or having love is a quality, but being in love forever is a power. Understand, only when you are established in the space of completion, you will understand this statement, love is a power. It's a power. I tell you, once you develop that power, you can complete anybody. You can play with that power. That is the greatest protection you can have in your life. Because even lion will lose its vengeance in front of you. Snake will lose its venom in front of you. Any enemy will lose his enmity, which is a weapon with which he is trying to attack you. He will lose it. The enmity is the first weapon. Anybody need to have to kill you, to attack you. All other weapons are secondary weapons. Analyze. What are you thinking? What is moving you? What are you worshipping? What is in the center of your heart? Paint it. Don't try to paint Shiva. Find out why you are worshipping Shiva. That only you are really worshipping. Understand? When the devotion, feeling connection happens, you being showered with what you want is different. When there is a gambling game is going on, your so-called devotion is different. When you build your mind on perishable, your life will be logical. If you build your mind on imperishable, your life will be magical. That's all is essence of today's satsang. Whether you want to live a logical life or magical life, you decide. If you understand. With anything you feel connected, love. Your biomemory starts meditating on it constantly and it becomes that. For example, a egg from chicken is taught to meditate on snake. Snake will come out of the egg. See, Prahlada came out of Hiranyakashipu. Now, with the feeling connection, falling in love, or I should say rising in love with the Guru, the unknown parts of you, which is 99.99, is all the time sitting with me, or I am sitting on it, I am hating it. All the parts of you which is in love with me, I am hating it. All the parts of you which is in love with you, you are hating it. That part gets just hated and you become me. So feeling connection or Guru Bhakti is like a quantum way of manifesting Sadashivatva. It is not logical or breadth, it's a depth way of manifesting Sadashivatva. See my Balasans, not just manifesting powers. Talk to them, every statement, their body language, everything will be literally mine. How many of you observed that? It's like my DNA. That is because of the raising in love. So raising in love or feeling connection
is kind of a, see, inch by inch, burning all the karmas, or just put the forest fire. Feeling connection is just put the forest fire. If I have to sit and convince you step by step, yes, we will do it. When? I'll only be your retirement entertainment story. When you are retired, you will call all your grandkids, great grandkids, or the neighbor kids and tell a story. In those days, long, long ago, once upon a time, get little coffee, and then you will continue the story. If I have to be sitting and convincing, I cannot convince. I am ready. I can sit and go on be giving satsangs. But I will only be your old age retirement story. But if you catch it, he has already established the authenticity of the system day one. He has established his adhikaratva to teach. Now after this, asking him to show the ID card every time is waste of time. Understand? Now it is waste of time. It is time to jump over, fall head over heels and go with it and make it happen. When you decide to fast track your Sadashivatva, that's what I call feeling connection. See, nothing wrong initially waiting for logical, convincing conclusion. But when you know already, I have established and demonstrated successful cases from your background. If I do, you will push me out. You are different. Okay. So I'm not doing. I'm picking up people from you. They have done the demo. So I've established the authenticity of the system. Then it is time to go head over heels, all over, and make it happen. Deciding to go head over heels and fast track your Sadashivatva, manifestation of Sadashivatva, is what I call feeling connection or Guru Bhakti. See, ultimately I am telling you, your Guru Bhakti, I am asking not for me to enjoy. I'll just turn it and make it as Atma Bhakti and give it back to you. When you complete with GDHD, I'll complete with your SDHD. That's all. I'll just turn the energy, make it into your Atma Bhakti. It's like a cub bringing fresh grass for lion. Is he going to have a lunch or dinner with that grass? He may act in front of the cub, not to disappoint the cub. See, I'm eating, and he will turn this side and maybe he will keep it there for the next cubs to come and have lunch. 1 or 2 meals they need to have before they realize they are lion. That's all. Understand? Somebody asked me in the Facebook from the Sadashivoham team only, how do you handle all that attention and adulation? I am not receiving. I am only just turning it into your Atma Bhakti. Everything showered on me, the Bhakti, everything, I just turn that into your Atma Bhakti. Guru Bhakti is recommended only to be returned with multiple times. I should say it is more like a investment, not like giving it away. Always Guru Bhakti turns into Atma Bhakti. Yes, actually all you need to do is as much as possible engage yourself in depth creation. length and breadth automatically happens. People who created length and breadth neither will have length and breadth nor have depth. People who generated depth will have depth and length and breadth. First thing I should say, I am not end up, I am startup. When I enter into your life, I am not end up, I am startup. That's the first thing. Second thing, see, you should look at the whole thing. The word end up is wrong. The word startup is right. Now, this answers your remaining part of the question. Always with startup, the depth increases, everything else follows.
The moment you remember. Yes. See, understand when
Nithyananda, we apologize for the technical glitch. I hope all the participants are able to hear us clearly now. See, understand. When you protect your bhakti will protect you. Whatever happens, when you protect your bhakti will protect you. How many of you have seen that whatever may happen in your life, the one time when you go, you sit in front of Swamiji, you remember Swamiji, you just immerse yourself in the remembrance, your experience, all your multiple experiences with Swamiji, whatever, whether it's a small experience or a big experience. Actually, any experience is like something that you will, something to cherish forever and ever. But how many of you have seen? Whatever happens in life, the moment you go, you sit in front of Swamiji, you just forget all of that suffering, all of the pain that you have gone through. When you protect that bhakti, that devotion, then even whatever you lose, bhakti will protect you. Can I request all the participants to take a few moments? Let us look and see all the different incidents that brought pain inside of us, which terrorizes us, creates insecurity in us, uncertainty in us. Let's all take a few moments to write this down.
I hope all the participants, all of you, are able to complete writing down just 2 moments where you felt realization that now, let us all take a few minutes and pen down sort of a combination of ideas, impossibilities, the fears that you are carrying to be. Let us take a few moments and we can do it. All the different combinations. Ideas in these situations. Elaborately, Pandit.
Please relax. No, all the combinations, all the things. The best way you can come out of it, all the powerless cognitions, incompletions, all the areas which terrorize you, that pain you, you can come out of it just by immersing yourself in bhakti, in devotion. Now, who can tell from the who can tell what is your favorite out of the 16? We also 16 different areas how you can experience bhakti, right? How you can nourish the bhakti, right? Now we will all be doing a very exciting thing. All of us will be entering into the Sankirtana, the Sankirtanam. All of us will now be entering the Sankirtanam, where just by the devotional songs, the singing it, the Kirtanam, we will be immersing ourselves in the devotion, the bhakti, immersing ourselves in that space of Swamiji, manifesting, experiencing Swamiji. And as we sing, I request all the participants to sing along, immerse yourself in the bhakti. Just surrender, immerse yourself into Swamiji. Now, let us all immerse ourselves into singing the glorious name, the magnificent name of our beloved Swamiji, the form of the Nama Sankirtana. But just by remembering him, understand Paramashiva says in the Guru Gita, remembering Paramashiva, remembering your Guru, it is equivalent to remembering Paramashiva himself. स्वदेशिकश्चैव च नाम चिन्तनं त्वदेवहनन्तस्य शिवस्य चिन्तनं. So understand, just by remembering your Guru is equivalent to you remembering Paramashiva himself. So now, I request all the participants and all the viewers who's joining us live right now. Come along. We are now going to be singing, invoking that devotion within ourselves into a very beautiful bhajan on Swamiji. Joining with me, joining with us, I have Vantya Atmapriyananda Swami and
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Now, as we sing, as the bhajan begins, let's all sing, immerse ourselves in the bhakti, the Guru bhakti, the Paramashiva bhakti. Let's all immerse ourselves in the song, in the name, in the divine name of Swamiji. We all will, just by repeating the name of Swamiji, will just sink into that space of the ecstasy, the devotion.
Nithyananda Nithyananda Jai Jai Ram Bhakti Nithyananda Nithyananda Gurunatha Nithyananda Nithyananda Jai Jai Ram Bhakti Nithyananda Nithyananda Gurunatha Nithyananda Nithyananda Jai Jai Ram Bhakti Nithyananda Nithyananda Jai Jai Ram Bhakti Nithyananda Nithyananda Gurunatha Nithyananda Nithyananda Gurunatha Nithyananda Nithyananda Jai Jai Ram Bhakti Deenodara Dharanidara Bhaktodara Jagadodara Nithyananda Abhayantara Pralayantara Karunakara Satgurukara Nithyananda Deenodara Dharanidara Bhaktodara Jagadodara Nithyananda Abhayantara Pralayantara Karunakara Satgurukara Nithyananda Jai Jai Ram Bhakti Nithyananda Nithyananda Gurunatha Nithyananda Jai Jai
नामं भजे नित्यानन्द गुरुनाथं भजे गुरु परमोत्तम नित्यानंद गुरु सर्वोत्तम नित्यानंद गुरु परमोत्तम नित्यानंद गुरु सर्वोत्तम नित्यानंद नामं भजे गुरुनाथं भजे नित्यनामं 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 भजे गुरुनाथं भजे नित्यानंद नित्यानंद जय जय नामं भजे नित्यानंद नित्यानंद गुरुनाथं भजे नित्यानंद नित्यानंद जय जय नामं भजे नित्यानंद नित्यानंद गुरुनाथं भजे नित्यानंद नित्यानंद गुरुनाथं भजे नित्यानंद नित्यानंद गुरुनाथं भजे Wow, that was a beautiful bhajan that all of us just had immersing ourselves in the remembering songs. And okay, well, actually, all the participants, see, understand, it is time all of us to drop out all our incompletions, our worries, whatever we are carrying within ourselves, right? And it's time to let the divine come inside of you. On understand the next 21 days, say bye bye to your incompletion. Say bye bye to all your powerlessness you carry and let the divine come into you. I understand by engrossing yourself with the devotion, right? Especially towards your Guru, towards Swamiji. Anything you want to manifest in your life, directly manifest. Understand, devotion is the highest emotion one can experience. Very beautifully in the Narada Bhakti Sutras, which all of us have learned about it earlier, right? Uses 16 techniques where all of us can relate to the divine, where all of us can relate with Swamiji. Okay, I have a question for all the participants and all the viewers who's watching us live right now. How many of you want to manifest Swamiji right now? How many of you want to experience Swamiji? You can post the yes in the chat. Okay, I see Jeremy Maxfield, you posted yes. Okay, how about for your Manandeshwari? Okay, I see so many participants logged in. Ma Saroj, Ma Deborah, Ma Kylie Wong, Ma Anandeshwari. All of us want to experience Swamiji in our life, right? Yes, because like it's the ultimate. Like Swamiji is the best for every single thing, right? And the only way all of us can reach out to him, all of us can experience him in our life is through devotion. So throughout the next day, I welcome each and every single participants where we are going to be engrossing ourselves, right? As Swamiji said earlier, right? In yesterday's Darshan, Swamiji, the next 21 days, he's going to be expanding on the Paramashiva Bhakti, Paramashiva Jnanam, Paramashiva Vijnanam. The only way to store, the only way to reading whatever Swamiji is giving as a gift for all of us is only through devotion. Let us now spend time in invoking that devotion within ourselves. Okay, I see one of the participants have posted devotion, bhakti means it's like a love for your guru. Yes, that's wonderful. Okay, I see one of the participants have posted devotion is about experiencing connection with your guru, with God, with the divine. How about for you, Jeremy Maxwell there? What do you think as devotion? Ma Tiksing Wangaya, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Irene Levels, Nithyanandam, Ma Virupaksha, Ma Jean, Ma Ilka. Wow, I see so many of you logged in. Nithyanandam, each and every one of you. Can I request all of you to post? What did each and every one of you understand as devotion? What do each and every one of you understand as devotion? Okay, strong emotions, then? That's it, only strong emotions? Strong emotions to experience what? Guru. Of course, Guru has come down for all of us. Understand, Swamiji says very beautifully. My manifestation, it is out of my love and compassion for the humanity. That is why he is here for each and every one of us. Okay, I see one of the participants have posted to get close to Swamiji. Wow, that's a really good thing to have. Okay, Ma Virupaksha, you posted you want to get close to Swamiji. Yes, yes, through devotion, you can experience it. Yes, you can experience the closeness from Swamiji. How about Ericus? I see so many of you logged in. Can I request all the people to post? What this devotion can do to you? Ma Teresa, Ma Yoga Jnana, Ma Basti, Ma Tanya, Ma Jnana Swarupini, Ma Jnana Pradayini, Ma Virupaksha. Yes, Nithyanandam, Jeremy Maxwell, yes, we can see you. Okay, so understand, only when you give up your identity, only when you forget about your identity, fill yourself with the bhakti, filling yourself with the devotion towards your guru, you can manifest anything you want in your life. That is why Swamiji says in the Guru Gita, Guru is the only one who can liberate us. Guru is the only one who gives up everything in this world just for disciples' enlightenment. And he has come down for each and every one of us. Understand? Paramashiva himself has come down as Guru for each and every one of us. And understand, amongst the 8 billion population in the world, only blessed are those to have him in our life. Swami. This is the time for all of us to engross ourselves as this is the perfect time. This avatar, the Advent, the ultimate superconscious energy manifested on planet Earth as our beloved Swamiji. So the next 21 days, can I request all participants to forget about your incompletions, forget about your patterns and powerlessness. It's time to engross ourselves in darshan, in the bhakti, the devotion towards Swamiji. Yes? Yes, are we ready for it? Yes. That's great. I can see so many of you posted. Yes, that's it. When you allow Swamiji to flow through you, my God, life becomes so magical. So, can I request all participants to post? How does Swamiji manifest for each and every one of you? Like,
Yeah.
Swamiji is available for each and every one of us, right? How is it that Swamiji manifests for each and every one of you? Like, you may be going through your social media feed and you came across Swamiji's video and you're like, okay, who's this person with wearing a brown colored turban and lots of gold jewelry and has the vibhuti and the, yeah, looks really nice and amazing. Okay, you click on this video or you are interested on the revelations he was speaking. Can I request all participants to post? How did all of you connect to Swamiji? Is it through by a friend or through your, or you just came to Swamiji about the social media? How did each and every one of you come to know about Swamiji?
YouTube. Okay.
YouTube. Okay, that's great. How about for others? Ma Yifangsu, how did you come to know Swamiji, ma?
You're actually just remembering the Guru. Remembering Swamiji in your inner space.
Facebook. Okay.
This remembrance makes you experience bhakti, the ultimate devotion, the ultimate emotion, which is devotion. Many of you have met Swamiji, came across Swamiji through different social media platforms. What was your best experience with Swamiji? Can I request all the participants to share? Just immerse yourself. Go back to that experience and share as you're going through that experience again.
Okay, through
Remembering.
Facebook you came to know about Swamiji. That's great.
Just immerse yourself in that experience. Whether you met Swamiji through YouTube, the moment Swamiji popped up on your screen and you started watching the video, how did you feel? Just immerse yourself in that experience.
Can I request all participants to post? What is it what is it that you found in Swamiji that Swamiji is the ultimate thing for me? Like Swamiji is it, it is Swamiji. Like at all like Swamiji says, right? Very beautifully on satsang Swamiji says. Whoever since like the love and compassion Swamiji radiates, right? You can't forget Swamiji at all. You may try what different ways. You may try so many things to forget him, but you will not forget him. Like understand, like literally, even if you close your eyes, you can literally see Swamiji is there in each and every one of us. How many of you can feel it? Okay, I feel him in the sky. You mean you feel Swamiji in you? You feel that Swamiji is there with you? You feel Swamiji in the world. You feel he's there. Okay. You feel Swamiji is there for you. Okay. Okay, I see some of the participants have posted that I need someone to rely on who can give me my protection, who can protect me, and who I can count on. Swamiji was like that for me. Okay. Swamiji out of his compassion and love. There's so many attributes of Swamiji which connects each and every one of us as a father, mother, friend, like as a master. Anything. There's so many different ways all of us can relate to Swamiji. All this happens only out of his love and compassion for all of us. So let us all now come together to celebrate this happening on planet Earth. As when we forget all the incompletions, just remembering his name, understand? The 16 techniques with Devarishi Narada gives in the Narada Bhakti Sutras direct connects us to experiencing Swamiji. He is my Guru, my Paramashiv. Wow, that's wonderful. 16 techniques. Understand all the parts. Yes. Sorry for a technical glitch. Am I audible for all the participants? Yes, Nithyananda? Okay. Nithyanandam, to all the participants? If you're able to hear us, okay, that's good. Okay. So, these 16 techniques, these 16 methodologies, which Devarishi Narada gives in the Narada Bhakti Sutras, will make each and every one of us to experience Swamiji in our life. And this is the time, understand? 47 years ago, in the year 1978, around the early morning time, midnight time, in Tiruvannamalai, a meteor hit the Arunachala hill. And the next moment, the avatar descended. This is the time where Swamiji took birth on the auspicious day of Kanya Rasi, the zodiac sign which is on Virgo, Chitra Nakshatram, which this particular timing defines to be a female child to be born. But because Swamiji was complete, he is Paramashiva, Devi and Paramash was there in him. A male child was born. And this is the time where our avatar, our beloved Swamiji, has taken his form for all of us. And this is the exact time happening in the cosmos once again for all of us to experience that awakening, the advent of the avatar in each and every one of us. Just by remembering how Swamiji has manifested for each and every one of us makes you to experience that devotion. Just immerse yourself whenever you get a chance. Just immerse yourself in the remembrance of the Guru, chanting his name, singing his name, the Sankirtan. Immerse yourself in that devotion. And now, can I request all the participants to share any one experience, your best experience that you had with Swamiji? Jamiya, Ma Margarita, Ma Teresa, Ma Jnana Pradayini, Ma Jnana Swarupini, all of you can post your best experience with Swamiji. See, actually, when you immerse yourself, any moment you immerse yourself, right? That very moment, whether you know it or not, you are building that bhakti, that devotion in you. And like how Swamiji says, when you listen to the story, the autobiography, the biography of an avatar, you experience that. You experience the very same thing that he experienced. When you just listen to the Leela, your Swamiji, just as he walks, the flowers fall. Every single being, every single living being on planet Earth just surrenders to Swamiji, to Paramashiva. Whether it is the wind, the fire, everything just surrenders to Swamiji. And just by remembering the best experience, you can enter into that state of devotion. Now, can I request all the participants to post your best experience? All of you have shared the first time you met Swamiji. You came across Swamiji, whether it was through social media or through a friend. Can I request all the participants to post the best experience you have had?
Virupaksha, do you want to share? Fixing Venkaya, Jeremiah, what was your best experience with Swamiji?
Can I request all participants to post? Anyone experience how you like the first time you met Swamiji, right? You're like, God, I found that person. It is Swamiji I found. How many of you? Can I request all participants to post?
Whatever happens in life, whatever happens, this one thing, like, I cannot leave Swamiji. That you have found whatever you are seeking for, you have found that.
I see my Deborah, you rose both your hands. That's great. Can I request all participants to post? The first time you saw Swamiji in your life, what did you feel? What did each and every one of you feel? Pavanaya, Nithyananda, I request you to the post. Aya, Masaroj, Mananda Premini, Mayi Pangsu, Margarita. Can I request each and every one of the participants to post? The first time you saw Swamiji, after the first time you saw Swamiji, what did you feel exactly in you? Well, I'm not going to say it, but what did all of you see? What did all of you experience it in your life? Like, what is it that each and every you can see a wide smile on everyone's face? The laughter, okay. The laughter sound is having. My Deborah, you posted. Finally, I found. Finally, I got. Okay. My Teresa, you're posting very beautifully. Just the laughter what Swamiji had. Laugh, 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 laugh.
of possessing continuously more and more things is just because of fear, just because of feeling of insecurity. We think, let this be with us, let this be with us. You feel your boundary is more. You feel if you have more things, you will not be taken away from this world. We usually feel if we have more friends, more relatives, more things around us, we feel we are secure. We will not be taken away. There is a beautiful sloka in Mahabharata. Dharmaraja is a hero of the Mahabharata. He was questioned by a demigod. Beautiful question. Kimascharyam itap param. What is the great surprise in the planet Earth, in this universe? What's the greatest surprise which you are seeing in the universe? Dharma beautifully answers. Aganyagani bhutani gacchantiha yamamandiram sesha sthiramischandi kimascharyam itap param. The running translation goes, every day we are seeing so many beings reaching the abode of Yama. Aganyagani bhutani gacchantiha yamamandiram. Every day we are seeing so many beings reaching the Yama's abode, the Lord of Death's house. But even after seeing, we feel that we are going to be here eternally. We are going to be here eternally. We are going to be here forever. We never think, our being never feels that we are also going to leave. Continuously we are seeing. For a few minutes we feel, especially for doctors, after a few times, we just become insensitive to the whole concept. Or we just take it for granted. We don't think, we don't look, we don't prepare ourselves consciously for the whole life and death. We don't look the whole event. We don't look both sides. Either you try to forget yourself through greed, means expanding your boundary, or you try to forget yourself because of the fear. Of course, the fear also ends in expanding the boundary. We try to hide, we try to forget all these things by continuously expanding the boundary. Whether you stay in the level of doing or in the level of having, unless you reach the level of being, you will not be able to relax. You will not be able to experience what is really life. Actually, a person who is born blind, you can never make him understand what he is missing. Can you make him understand what he is missing? No. Same way, the person who has not experienced the ecstasy of being, the bliss of being, we can't explain to him what he is missing, what he is just not having. By not entering into the space of being, what we are missing can never be explained or expressed by words. That is the reason. Again and again and again, our rishis, our masters insist on reaching the state of being. In India, this is a basic lesson. The moment a person reaches the age of 7, the first lesson given to him is how to connect yourself into your being. How to connect yourself to your being. The first lesson taught to anybody is how to stay in your being level. The Gayatri mantra is a straight technique to reach the being level. Of course, the Gayatri mantra is nowhere related to any ritual, any puja or any worship. It is a straight technique to make you fall in tune with the
being, to make you fall in tune with your consciousness. The meaning of the mantra itself says, let me meditate on the energy which awakens consciousness in me. Let that consciousness help me to meditate on it. That's all. Nowhere it says about any devata, any god, any ritual, anything. It's a straight technique to tune yourself into that being level. When I use the word being, I mean the thoughtless awareness. You are doing or having. These two are like a zeros. Unless there is a being, these zeros have no value. Only when you achieve your being, these zeros will have value. If you don't have the being, what can you enjoy? You can only just jump from one place to another, one space to another. You can just move. We are almost living like a ghost. We are living like ghosts. Our body is there. We are moving. Something is happening. We are there. But the being, the feeling of homeliness is missing. See, enlightenment doesn't mean that you become extraordinary or you become something like a superhuman or you become some way superlative. No. By enlightenment, you achieve one thing, a deep, homely feeling, deeply rooted, centered in your being. You will feel a deep relaxation. You have come home. You are in your space. There is no other supernatural powers or there is no other supernatural things associated with enlightenment. Having some supernatural power is no way related to enlightenment. Please understand. Some powers may express through enlightened person, that is different. But the powers are not criteria. Just doing some magic or a miracle is no way related to enlightenment. If magic or a miracle is the criteria for enlightenment or saintlyhood, P.C. Sarkar is the greatest saint. He does all possible magics, all possible miracles, which nobody can explain. So magic or supernatural things are not the real criteria of enlightenment. Enlightenment is a deep feeling or deep settledness or a total relaxation which happens inside your being. When you know your being, when you feel in tune with your being, or when you experience your energy, you achieve the state of enlightenment. Let me tell you an incident which happened in my life. At the age of 10, I was taken to a great master, Annamalai Swamigal. He was there in my native place, Thiruvannamalai. As a small boy, I was taken to him. Usually, in India, the parents, they force the kids and take them to these Swamis and all these temples. I was also taken by force. He was talking to a group of Westerners. He was talking that we are not body, we are not disturbed, we will not have any pain or suffering, we are beyond pains, we are beyond suffering, all these high, great Vedantic ideas. He was talking. When I heard that first thing, I felt surprised. I was surprised. How can this be true? When my mom beats, I feel the pain. Of course, in India, kids will be beaten by parents. When my mother beats me, I feel the pain. When my teacher fires me, I feel the suffering. How can he say this statement? I went to the house and I wanted to experiment, test what he said. I took a knife
and try to cut myself. I cut my thigh to see whether I have pain or not. Of course, I had pain. I was taken to the doctor. They put the stitching and first aid, everything. They have done everything. After a few days, I went to that Swami again. I asked him, what is this? What did you teach? I went and cut myself. Why did you say all these things that we don't have pain and we don't have suffering? I went and tested it on myself. That Swami made a beautiful statement. Don't worry, my son. Do the small meditation technique. When time comes, you will understand what I said. Now you may not have understood. But when time comes, you will understand, realize what I said. Do this meditation. He taught me a simple technique of searching the source of your thoughts. Just start searching the source of your thoughts. So I said, all right, now you are teaching me the meditation, it's okay. But what about the pain which I am having? What about the suffering which I am having? Now I will do this meditation. This you could have told me earlier itself. What about the suffering? He told me the beautiful statement. Don't bother about this suffering. The courage to experiment the truth which you have is more than enough. That will liberate you. These one or two small mistakes, these small things, don't bother about it. It is worth doing. Or these troubles are worth facing. The courage to experiment with the truth, that's the greatest thing anybody can have. You have that. That is enough. That will guide you. That will lead you to the ultimate experience or to the end of the life. Of course, that one statement, the courage to experiment with the truth, that one statement gave me the courage to experiment with all these truths. To reach the being level, we need only one thing, the courage to experiment with the truths, the courage to go behind the truth wherever it leads us, not just as a time passing. Most of the time, all these higher ideals are just time passing for us. I have seen people coming and asking me, Swamiji, tell me something about God, how to realize, how to achieve spirituality. I tell them, please be seated, let's stop. They say, no, I have to go for bus urgently. Just tell me something within 10 minutes. I have only 10 more minutes. So you can't have instant coffee. If it is superficial, if it is very shallow, it will be only time pass and entertainment. I have seen, actually once a person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, please teach me how to achieve God, how to reach the enlightenment. Please teach me. I did not answer. I just started talking something else. I just started talking to him. How are you? You are from where? What you are doing? How many kids you have? What your wife is doing? I started talking all these things. And he started answering. Then conversation turned towards other side. After that, he spent 3 hours with me. He did not even raise that question again. He forgot the whole question. Then understand how sincere the very question is. Just the time pass. Casual question. Just because you got somebody. Put some question, that's all. If he answers, okay. If he doesn't, well and good. Which is not sincere. Or the real problem. People tell me, Swamiji, many times I think I should ask this question, that question. I come with all preparation, but when I come in front of you, I forget all the questions. If you say this, be very clear, your questions are not worth answering. They are just casual. If they are real questions, how can you forget them? They will haunt you in your dreams, in your sleep, in your day. They will be continuously haunting you. If they are real questions, they will be continuously haunting you. If they are superficial, naturally, you will forget.
the questions should become quest. Only when the questions become quest, you will be able to grow towards the higher consciousness. Only then you can reach the flowering of your being, what I call your consciousness or spirit. Take this only one message with you. Have the courage to experiment with the truth. Whatever you think as truth, you don't have to go for searching the highest ultimate truth. You can't say, let me first know the ultimate truth, then I will try to experiment with it. No. You will not know which is ultimate truth when you start. Whatever you think as truth, try to experiment with it. Have the courage to experiment the truth. That's the one and only way to reach the being. There is no other way. There is no other method. There is no other technique. No meditation technique will help than this one statement. Having courage to experiment with the truth. Actually, even with meditation, you will experiment. You will do meditation technique only when you have the courage to experiment the truth. Meditation is also the truth which you heard. Only if you have the courage, you will experiment with it. Otherwise, what will you do? Oh, 2 days, the Swami spoke really nicely. It's a good orator. Or you'll say, even though he looks very young, it's a good speaker. I have seen many people, after the discourse, they will come here and tell me, Swamiji, you speak so beautifully. You have spoken such great things. I just catch them. Tell me what I spoke. I just catch them. Tell me what I spoke. They say, no, don't ask that. You spoke very nicely. You are really a great person. I have never seen such a great discourses. I have never heard such a great discourses. I have never seen such a great person. You spoke really nice way. Please understand. If people are coming and telling after the discourse that I spoke beautifully, means they have not heard what I spoke. They are just sitting and preparing what they should come and tell me after the discourse. They are just preparing in the mind. What should I tell? You see, you praise others just to get others' attention. Let's be very clear. We just praise others to get the attention of others, or expecting that they will also praise us. We just have to be too polite. We can't say directly, please praise me. We have to be a little diplomatic. We have to be a little polite. So naturally we have to use little courteous words, good words towards others, so that they will tell, oh, you are really a great person, very good person, you have such nice words for others, you are such beautiful person. We throw good words towards others, expecting that we will get them back. We will get them back. Please be very clear. Don't prepare words. I have seen usually people, when they sit and listen, either they will be preparing the words which is against what I am uttering, arguing with themselves. No, I don't think this is truth. I don't think this is right. Or they will start believing and start coining the words how to praise me. By doing both, you are missing what is said. Please understand, if you are against, if you are continuously questioning, you are missing the truth which is expressed. If you are trying to praise, if you are trying to create words to praise me or to accept, again you are missing what is expressed. Both the way you are missing. That's why I tell people, whether you have negative attitude or positive attitude, both the way you are missing. What you need is not faith or doubt. What you need is courage to experiment with the truth. Just have little courage. I always tell people, the so-called believers or the so-called religious people are the most cunning people. I have seen many
different kinds of people. Atheists will be more honest and straightforward. In my experience, I tell you, atheists, non-believers, they will be more honest. They are more straightforward. If they don't feel, they are very clear, straight. They don't care for anybody. But the so-called believers, believing out of fear or greed, without having the courage to go behind the truth, I call only these people as believers. Believing just out of fear or greed, without having the courage to experiment with the truth. This type of believers, they will be, first thing, they will be hypocrites. Next thing, egoistic. They will design all cunning methods to escape from the truth. They will have everything except truth. What we really need to reach our being is the courage to experiment with the truths. Vivekananda says beautifully, instead of reading libraries, volumes and volumes of books, just have the courage to experiment with simple 2-3 concepts. Take 2-3 concepts, have courage to experiment with them. That's enough. Instead of reading volumes and volumes, instead of making yourself a great intellectual, just by reading without having the courage to experiment with the truths will make only our head more heavy, because you accumulate too much in the head. If you eat and don't digest, what will we do? We will vomit on others. Same way, if you read and don't have the courage to experiment, you will catch people and start vomiting on them. Whatever you read, we will start vomiting on others. We will catch people and by force we will vomit on others. Understand? All we need is only one thing. If you forget everything else, whatever I have spoken on these 4 days, it's okay. Carry this one line as a message. Courage to experiment with the truth, what you think as truth. Whatever you think as the truth of life, have courage to experiment with it. Whatever you know as the truth, just have the courage to play with it, to experiment with that truth.
All of these are steps, or what I call steps, or exercises, just like you do physical exercises to strengthen the body. Yogic discipline, yogic exercises are primarily meant to provide you the means or the techniques to take you to that state of connectedness, to that state of bliss or ananda, which I'm not giving a discourse, by the way, I'm just stating my question with a few things. I just wanted some clarification. To help us achieve that level. So these are the various disciplines. Now we have so many different schools, like Swamiji, you pointed out, there are so many masters that we search for, come across. Sometimes things will work, sometimes things don't work. And we take all of these different experiences. My question in simple words is, are all of these different paths meant to take you to that same state of awareness or bliss or connectedness? And is that the main purpose of all of these yogic disciplines, meditation techniques, etc.? The second thing that I wanted to ask you, if I can get your permission, is to also explain the state of connectedness and the levels of consciousness in terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, because you mentioned this in the very first lecture about the dreams and the projections and of the energies. In terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, dreamless sleep, and because you mentioned something about that today, and how these 4 states of consciousness are symbolically expressed in the Omkara Shabda. That is my question.
The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough like the fire of Kalabhairava to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond. The ferociousness of seeking is powerful enough, like the fire of Kalabhairava, to burn everything which need to be burnt and destroyed inside you. Laziness, tiredness, boredom, everything which need to be taken out of you can be just like that burned. How many microseconds it will take for negativity to disappear in front of Kalabhairava's ferociousness? Not even micro millisecond.
Yes, Nithyananda, all of you. So, how much time it takes to break all, burn all away, all your negativity, all your patterns for Kalabhairava? He just burns with his fire of ferociousness. So, all those who are interested in offering your gratitude, see, offer as gratitude. When you offer with gratitude, all your patterns just with his ferociousness just melts down. So, if you're interested in offering gratitude to the Kalabhairava, please let us know. We'll be guiding you further. And we just had the revelation on yoga for the being. So I say very beautifully, whatever truth you know, have the courage to go behind that truth. Whatever truth you know. So having that courage to go behind it, as Swamiji shares his own experience. When Swami Annamalaika was sharing his sharing things to the people that you are beyond pain and suffering. He went to a home, cut his side to check that his statement, whether I'm beyond pain or suffering or not. Of course, he didn't, not only he had pain, he had suffering, a lot of blood came out, he went to hospital. But when he came back and asked him, you told me this, but I had suffering, I had pain. Swami Annamalaika says very beautifully that this courage to experiment with the truth will lead you beyond pain and beyond suffering. So that's why Swami says again and again, having the courage to experiment with the truth that you know. So with this, we'll be entering into the question answer on the being. So as we just had the revelation by Swamiji, so you might have so many questions regarding this. So any questions that you have, this is the question answer by the participant's question that has been asked by the participant, and Swamiji himself is replying to these questions. So let's come to the space of listening as we enter into this question and answer session with Swamiji.
Yes.
Could you, Swamiji, tell something about Sarupa Samadhi?
Oh, that's nice. Too big word. In Patanjali, there are different kinds of samadhis explained. Savikalpa Samadhi, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. This Swarupa Samadhi word is used in 4 places. Let me give you the brief explanation where all this Swarupa Samadhi's word is used. If you meditate on some Rupa of God and just become one with it, You don't have any other thought except that form. You reach the state of Swarupa Samadhi. In Swarupa Samadhi, there are few, I can say, types. There are few types of Swarupa Samadhis. You become part of that energy, or you become one with that energy. This is called, in Sanskrit they say beautifully, Sarupya Samadhi, Sayujya Samadhi, or Salokya Samadhi, Samipya Samadhi. Salokya means, for example, if you are meditating on Vishnu, if you are given the state, or if you are given the place in Vishnu Loka, it is called Salokya. If you are given the nearness, it is called Samipya. If you are given his own form, it is called Sarupya. If you just become one with him, it is called Sayujya. Of course, these are deeper levels. There is no need for us to do research on all these things. Just follow any one method, simply you will reach the goal. Instead of analyzing too much about the goal, if we work on the path, that will be really helpful for us. Next.
You talked about experiment the truth. What are your suggestions for dealing with the truth?
Dealing with the truth is what I call experimenting with the truth. First thing, we are not so mature to deal with the truth directly. Always we need buffer springs. In the car, we have buffer springs so that we will not have the shock of the roads. The shock of the road will not be felt by us. We have a buffer spring. Just like that in the life also, continuously we keep buffers. The fantasies are the buffers. Hopes are the buffer spring. Continuously we keep ourselves away from the truth. We don't directly face the truth face to face. We don't deal the truth face to face. We say, no, this is, today it may be like this, but tomorrow it will change. Day after tomorrow, it will change. Only kids need time to dream. Kids need lot of time to dream to cope up with the reality. Even after becoming a mature person, still, if you have the habit of dreaming to cope up with reality, please be very clear, we are childish. We are not childlike, childish. I use the word mature person to a person who can directly deal with the reality, who can directly deal with the truth without having fantasies or hopes. If you can, if you are mature enough to face the truth as it is without trying to give the sugar coat or without trying to postpone, no, tomorrow things will change. No, after some time things will change. I think there is some hope. If you are continuously postponing with your fantasies and hopes, we are immature people. Maturity is nothing but the ability to face the truth as it is, to deal the truth as it is, without any hopes, without any fantasies. See, continuously people fantasize about heaven just because they are not able to face the truth of the present moment. Just because you are not happy with the present moment, the reality, the truth of this moment, you fantasize, no, I'll have heaven, I'll have this, I'll have that. No. The ability to face, the ability to respond spontaneously is what I call responsibility. If you can respond spontaneously to this moment without having any buffer between you and the truth, you are a responsible person. Only then we can be called as mature person. Maturity is nowhere related to 21 years. It is somewhere related to our being. how much we are able to respond spontaneously to the present moment, how much we are able to respond to the truth as it is, without having our own hopes, without having our own fantasies. So, whether you accept or not, whether you want it or not, you have to deal with the truth. Am I right? You have to deal. So deal with more mature consciousness. Why to deal grudging, grumbling? Or why try to escape from it? Just face it. Directly start living with it. And one more thing. Truth is like a diamond. It will polish you. It will mold you. It will make you a different person. It will transform you. I always tell people, whenever you feel insecure or totally shaken, facing the truth, some reality, some incidents which happens in your life, if it shakes your being, allow the shaking to happen. Let the truth shake you. Let the truth penetrate you. It will transform you. Truth is always intelligence. The truth will give you enough intelligence and energy to face the life. Only thing, when you try to protect yourself, when you carry some shield to escape from the truth, then you miss the whole thing. Then you miss the whole thing. If you hide yourself through some entertainment programs, some way turning yourself away from the reality, then you missed. You miss the whole thing. Whenever your being is depressed, whenever you face low mood, face it. Don't escape from it. If you try to escape through some entertainment, partying or drinking or TV or some media or magazine or some way, continuously it will be running behind you. The depression will not leave you. It is waiting. It will chase you. When you sit with yourself, it will come up. Don't try to escape from your being. Whatever is, whether it is guilt, low mood, or a depression, whatever is reality, face it. Let's see who else can face. If you are not ready to face your being, if you don't want to be with your being, nobody else will want to be with you. So be very clear. Only when you face the reality of your being, you will be able to be with yourself. So you have to face, you have to deal the reality. You have to see the truth, whether today or tomorrow. The earlier you see, better for yourself.
All of these are steps, or what I call steps, or exercises, just like you do physical exercises to strengthen the body. Yogic discipline, yogic exercises are primarily meant to provide you the means or the techniques to take you to that state of connectedness, to that state of bliss or ananda, which I'm not giving a discourse, by the way, I'm just stating my question with a few things. I just wanted some clarification. To help us achieve that level. So these are the various disciplines. Now we have so many different schools, like Swamiji, you pointed out, there are so many masters that we search for, come across. Sometimes things will work, sometimes things don't work. And we take all of these different experiences. My question in simple words is, are all of these different paths meant to take you to that same state of awareness or bliss or connectedness? And is that the main purpose of all of these yogic disciplines, meditation techniques, etc.? The second thing that I wanted to ask you, if I can get your permission, is to also explain the state of connectedness and the levels of consciousness in terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, because you mentioned this in the very first lecture about the dreams and the projections and of the energies. In terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, dreamless sleep, and because you mentioned something about that today, and how these four states of consciousness are symbolically expressed in the Omkara Shabda. That is my question.
Actually, too big question. But the beauty is he's able to repeat it exactly. Usually, when I ask people to repeat the question, they just forget. Too big question, especially about these four states. In the next session, I'll speak about these four states. About these four states, I'll speak about it in the next session. The first question which you asked, are these steps to put us in the bliss? They are not steps actually, they are techniques. When you use the word steps, it's like you do them and then reach the bliss. But when I say the word technique, I mean by doing it itself it will put you in the bliss. Not that you will do, master it, then reach the bliss. No. Very doing will put you in the bliss. It's like the earth will open and you will fall into the bliss. Not that you will walk and reach the bliss, just the earth will open and you will dissolve into the bliss. That's why I say these are techniques. Patanjali uses the right word, Ashta Anga Yoga. Not 8 steps of yoga, 8 parts of yoga. Anga means parts, not steps. Always, almost all translations, they say 8 steps to yoga. The Sanskrit and English translation, there they miss the whole thing. It is not 8 steps to yoga, it is 8 parts of yoga, Anga. So these things are also techniques. They are not steps. They straight away put you into the bliss. That's the first thing. One more thing is asked about, we see many masters and many techniques. Are they all helping us to reach the same bliss? Here I have to say honestly, I don't know. I know only one thing about what I am speaking, are the techniques which I am giving. I do not know, I have not experimented with all the systems, with all the techniques. Of course, there are so many masters, so many techniques. Anything which suits you, which suits your system, you can follow it. How to find out whether it suits you or not? Something beyond your intellect will happen. You will feel connected. Just like something has happened in you, you will feel connected. People ask me, Swamiji, should I accept you as Guru? Should I remember you continuously? Should I meditate on you? I tell them, never do that mistake. If I am your master, you can't forget me. Simply you will not be able to forget me. I will be there in your dreams, I will be there in your sleeping time, I will be there in your mind continuously. You will not be able to get me out of your consciousness. You will not be able to do anything. Simply you will see that continuously you are remembering me. The remembering or the accepting master or following a system, all these things should happen, should never be done. All you can do is try to have the courage to experiment with the truth. Try to experiment with some techniques or something which you think as truth. Do that much is enough. That much is enough. More than this, everything should happen. If you do it, it will not be having the same result. It will not be beautiful like it's happening. The other things, the higher things should happen. So just search, continue to search. At some point, with somebody, something will click. You will feel deeply connected. And you will simply feel that he is the person for you. You will simply follow him. Something will say from your being, beyond your intellect. That's the right, he is the right person.